No outs.
I mean, the number of ways the Padres tried to give the Mets the game last night, the Mets just refused to take it. It's mind-boggling. Slider just missed to Myers, 2-1.
Well, it helps when your pitcher Brad Hand strikes out the first two guys with bases loaded. Didn't need a defense.
He's a different pitcher now.
Oh, he's good
with the mastery of that slider.
You know what's interesting with a team like San Diego that, looks like it's not going to be going anywhere this season. Brad Hand could be a big chip for a lot of teams that are looking for relief help.
I know a team that might have its hand raised. 3-1 to Myers. And Montero throws a fastball by him, 3-2.
Remember, act civil. Don't beat your way to the front of the line. You can raise your hand, but
well, there might be other dignitaries from other teams who might be competing.
That's right.
3-2 coming. Struck him out. Montero with a little celebration after striking out Myers to strand Solarte at third. 4 strikeouts for Montero. Keeps it a 2-0 game in the second. Home second inning, Neil Walker leads off against Dinelson Lamet, who pitched a 1-2-3 first inning in his initial big league inning. Walker 4 for 9 in this series, up to 259 for the year, and he takes a fastball for a strike. Walker, Duda, and Flores for the Mets in the second.
This kid is not messing around so far.
Came out throwing strikes in the first inning, and he's starting the second inning the same way. Duda hitting fifth, he's on deck. And Walker tries to hold on the slider and somehow stopped at the time. Like Everett with the call down at third, 1-2.
First real curveball I think we've seen from Lamet tonight. Could have been called, but good break for Neil. That's what happens when you're sizzling in May.
Year-old Dinelson Dinelson Lamet deals the 1-2, and Walker pulls it down to Myers. Ball comes up for him easily. 1 out. Well, if you've been perusing the Gary Keith and Ron Instagram account, you might have come across this one today. Our director, Dan Barr, took his young daughter to the pediatrician, and Dr. Lizelle somehow had this picture of you and Sid Fernandez doing your
embarrassing,
doing your wild thing.
Well,
wild ones.
The idea was for a whole poster of the starting pitchers to be on motorcycles. Supposed to be a great idea, except I was not told about it. All I had were cleats, flip-flops, and bare feet. So you can see Bobby O and I went with bare feet. The good doctor with the working boots. Sid with the flip-flops. Only Aggie looked good.
Duda cracks one to deep right field. Back to the wall goes Renfroe. It's out of here. Lucas Duda with his first home run since coming back from the disabled list. Number 5 on the year for Duda to get the Mets on the board. Duda 1, San Diego. And Duda has shown some signs over the last couple of days of getting it going, and that really got out of here in a hurry.
Well, there's never been any doubt when Lucas could make contact. He's got Ruthian-like power, and this one, just a line drive that hits the back of that little house that they have in the bullpen for the relievers. Fastball trying to challenge him in, leaked out over the plate, and the contact is right on the sweet spot.
First home run since April 14th in Miami, so big 6-week stretch without a long ball comes to an end for Duda. That Mets home run means $2,000, enough for No Kid Hungry to provide 20,000 meals courtesy of City. Well, we got interrupted by Duda's long ball prowess. I just wanted to say that I felt as though the fact that you were barefoot on the motorcycle, very impressive.
I've been on a motorcycle barefoot before. When I lived in California, I was a big motorcycle guy. I love motorcycles by nature. But once I had children, I was you can't have a motorcycle when you have kids. So I gave those things away. My dad was a big motorcycle guy, so that's where we got it from. He used to ride to work and motorcycle all the time in Massachusetts. So,
see, my dad was a motorcycle guy too, and it scared me to death.
Oh, it did?
Oh, I've never operated one. No interest. And Flores chases one out of the strike zone, and Wilmer is down on strikes for the second out. Second strikeout for Lamet.
Well, when we have an off day on the road, I'll line it up. I'll take you out. We'll go on really light-powered bikes. We'll go on a dirt track, and you can go at your own pace. You'll enjoy it.
Never going to happen.
Oh, come on.
I'm telling you. Scarred for life. Here's Granderson.
Did you ride on the back with your dad? Is that what scared you? Okay, that's what scared you.
Many, many years.
See, you're a guy who likes to be in charge of your life. When you're in charge on that motorcycle, it'll be a totally different thing.
I got balance issues. Granderson drives one to right over the head of Renfroe and one hop against the wall. And Curtis slides in at second base with a 2-out double. th double of the year for Granderson.
Well, the two players that might be most affected when Cespedes comes back have the best hits of the inning here. A home run by Duda and a double by Grandy.
So now, with a runner at second and 2 out, Travis d'Arnaud comes up. First base open with the pitcher on deck, but they will pitch to Travis. Had at bat last night as a pinch hitter and flied out deep to right. And he takes a strike. His first start since May the 2nd, and only the 17th game he started in the Mets' first 45 of the year. It seems that every season, some injury or other gets in Travis's way. This time it was a bruised wrist suffered when he made a throw and his hand hit the bat of the Phillies, Aaron Altair. Tried to play through it and really struggled. 2 for his last 29, and then finally shut it down and rested the thing for a week to 10 days before cranking it back up.
Yeah, and his throwing was even more affected with that bruise or contusion, whatever they call it.
The shame of it was that in late April, when he suffered that injury, he had just started to get it going offensively.
He had a 2 home run game. He had a 5 RBI game.
He was hitting over 300 before the injury occurred. Granderson at second with 2 out. And Travis chases a slider. They're not seeing that ball well at all.
Yeah, it's like an automatic count if you're a hitter. 2-1 count, base open, pitcher's up next. Even from a youngster, you're going to face a breaking ball there. And Darno is really primed for the fastball.
And he lines that one to right center field. Over comes Renfroe, and he picks it off to end the inning. So Darno able to get a hold of that breaking ball and hit it hard. But it turns into the third out. Lucas Duda gets the Mets on the board with his 5th home run of the year and his first since mid-April. 2-1 San Diego as we go to the third. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live on over 400 supported devices. Plus, get a free subscription to At Bat Premium. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. Hunter Renfroe leads off the third inning. Renfroe hit a slow ground ball to short that went for an infield hit his first time up. Considerably less exit velocity than his previous at-bat last night.
They measured that at 440 feet, I heard. Seems further.
It was every bit of that and more. Rafael Montero required 45 pitches to get through the first inning, 19 in the second, so his tenure in this game is tenuous. Fastball strike to Renfroe, 2-2. Eric Collins will try and get as much out of Montero as he can before he goes into his stretched bullpen. And That's off the corner, 3-2. The Mets will have Jacob deGrom going tomorrow night in Pittsburgh. And deGrom was able to give them length in his last start through 7 scoreless against the Angels, and the hope has to be that Jake can get deep into a game tomorrow. Breaking ball popped up. Conforto having trouble finding it through the murk. And it lands, and that is a fair ball. Conforto never saw it coming down through the mist and the fog, and it landed inside the left field line, a double for Renfroe.
I mean, he put his hands up right away and really didn't get any kind of help from his teammates. I don't think there's anything they could have done. Maybe Reyes is the only person that could have ran out there and helped him. But right off the bat, he signaled, you could tell. We saw it, that he couldn't see it, didn't want to get hit on top of the head, and the ball dropped back just inside the line.
Well, it's not the first time here in Flushing that fog has played an element in a game. It's at a game with the Pirates years ago in the 70s that had to be halted because of fog when the outfielders couldn't see fly balls. They had another against the Padres in the 90s that Mike Piazza won with a home run off Trevor Hoffman through a fog that you could barely see the ball. It's not quite as foggy tonight, but with the misting rain blowing, it's probably just as difficult to see. Spangenberg continues to bluff bunts. Did that his first time up and then slapped a single through the hole into left for an RBI single.
It's the kind of thing you don't usually see in the big leagues. You see it in high school and college ball, but
it was the Al Leiter style of hitting, you know. He showed bunt every pitch.
It was his style of hitting.
And he pulled the bat back. He found it was it got him in a good hitting rhythm.
It did. Well, he didn't have to worry about Al's hitting because his pitching was so good.
And Spangenberg drags the bunt. Montero off the mound and gets the out. Nicely shoveled by Montero. And Spangenberg finally, after all those feints on the bunt, gets one down. He'll get credit for a sacrifice.
Good play by Montero, but this had to be, is this deja vu all over again for Lucas Duda at first base, who lost all that time, and you see the water on the baseball, and just shoveled to first base and just missed Spangenberg up the line.
Of course, Lucas suffered a hyperextended elbow when he got involved in a play like that. Ball, runner, all arriving at the same time. Mets will now bring the infield in with Austin Hedges at the plate. Renfroe at third and one out. Hedges struck out his first time up. And first pitch slider fouled off. So a one-run game in the third inning. There's a chance that you could have a rain-short game, so you play it a little differently early than you might otherwise.
Yeah, try to add on runs. I don't think that's a bad play at all by Andy Green and his team. Neil Walker, you can see with the infield in, playing up the middle on the right-handed hitter Hedges. He's got a big leg kick when he hits.
And now Montero ahead of him, 0-2.
Well, look at Spangenberg. Usually you put that hand up by the label. He keeps it almost on the grip and lays that bunt down. Unique technique, but certainly works well.
Montero could use a strikeout. Grounded, foul. Hedges is like so many of these Padre hitters. Low average, good power. San Diego last in the National League in team batting average, second to last in runs scored, but eighth in the league in home runs.
Yeah, they're trying to have a team of the three inevitable outcomes in the entire lineup. Strikeout, walk, hit the ball out of the ballpark.
0-2 to Hedges. And he lines one, caught by Duda. Scrambling to get back is Renfroe. And he arrives back safely. 2 out.
Well, this is good play all around. It was a tough pitch by Montero. Good hitting by Hedges to go the other way. Better defense here by Duda. And when he came down, I thought he had a chance at third base, but held on to the baseball.
he thought about it one beat too long before he set himself to throw. And Renfroe able to get back in. Now 2 away. Matt Caesar, the batter. We mentioned that fog game the Mets had against the Pirates. It was 38 years ago today.
No way.
Yeah. May 25th, 1979. Finished in a 3-3 tie because they couldn't complete it with the fog. Caesar bluffing a bunt and takes a strike. And it's 0-2.
That's a Dave Fried special. Way to go, Dave. Outstanding.
Actually, it was a suspended game. They completed it the next month. But it ended that night in time. Renfroe at third and 2 out. And it's up and away. 1-2 to Caesar.
You know, I played in the Cape Cod League in 1980, and many of the games there would have issues where you'd have to either delay the game or cancel the game because of fog.
Fog or bog?
Bog, more so. Good for the Cranberries,
Yes.
Not great for baseball.
1-2, and it's fouled off. Well, tonight's Spectrum high-speed pitch is here, complete with sound effect. Very nice.
We got to get a company to sponsor the lowest exit velocity per game. Just change it up.
Call it the wet newspaper report.
Turtle wax, I don't know.
Breaking ball fouled off. Well, you've had 2 hits in this series. One Flores hit through the right side in the first inning on Tuesday night, and then the infield hit by Renfroe in the first inning tonight. Both in the under the speed limit range. Montero working hard on Caesar, ahead 1-2. And the breaking ball pulled through the hole for a base hit, and that'll bring in the run. Renfroe trots in to score, and it's 3-1 San Diego. 2-out RBI for Matt Caesar.
Well, that's why his teammates in Chicago adored Matt Caesar as a teammate, because he's that kind of player. He does something, it seems like, every game to help you win. Here, a 2-strike hit on a breaking ball, finds a hole. Good defensive player, got some speed. Those 2-out hits are killers.
So now, Montero, who looked like he might find his way through this inning, about to throw his 85th pitch, which was more than he was expected to throw tonight. So you have to figure this is going to be his last inning, come what may. Chase d'Arnaud, the batter, with Caesar at first and 2 out. d'Arnaud took a call third strike with the bases loaded to end the first inning.
Really be surprised if, no, I wouldn't be surprised if Caesar runs here. I know that if he does, they'll probably walk d'Arnaud to pitch to the pitcher, but still, I think it's a good play.
Just to flip the lineup.
Yeah. I mean, Lamet pitched to d'Arnaud, but the Mets usually walk the 8th-place hitter with a base open.
And now Montero up on d'Arnaud 0-2. Well, if you're not going to walk one d'Arnaud, you're going to walk the other. What did we come up with last time? The brothers both hit 8th in the batting order against each other. 2003, the Valentin brothers.
Jose and Javier.
Jose then for the White Sox and Javier for the Rays. Actually, they were the Devil Rays. 0-2. Grounded slowly. Flores charging. And he gets d'Arnaud by a stride to end the inning. Padres had a run on Caesar's 2-out RBI hit. 3-1 San Diego.
Kiner's Corner. Johnny Bench, one of the great catchers of all time. We're going to be talking with Ron Santo, still a Cub fan. Huh?
Absolutely.
You and Harry Carey. George Carlin. They had some outstanding pitchers, but it was a great place to hit.
Yeah.
And our lights are going down.
This is a now hard film.
That means you're.
Yeah.
Well, we were talking about Ralph Kiner earlier, and there's some classic clips from Kiner's Corner.
I mean, if you're a player, you'd love to go on that show because Ralph would make, if you were the sixth starter on a starting pitching staff of 5, he made you feel like Tom Seaver by the time you're done with that Kiner's Corner.
Rafael Montero's night is done. Matt Reynolds will bat for him.
Well, Worthen with the and Terry Collins both talking to Montero, letting him know that he's done for the evening.
3 innings, 3 runs, 87 pitches. And now the Mets will have to go into their beleaguered bullpen early. Reynolds has 1 at bat in this series. It was on Tuesday night he struck out, was used as a pinch runner last night. Paul Sewald will be the long man tonight, getting ready to pitch the 4th inning. And Lamet misses with the slider. Falls behind 3-1. Michael Conforto on deck, then Jose Reyes in the bottom of the 3rd. It's one of these games where there's just no telling how the rest of it's going to play out. And that's too high, ball 4. Reynolds stopped the swing, and Lamet has issued his first walk. You've got a first-time starter on the mound for San Diego. He was very impressive in the first inning, throwing the ball 98 miles an hour, but a little of that adrenaline appears to have worn off now, and you just don't know how much the Padres can expect to get from him.
Yeah, we'll see how good his secondary pitches are. The slider has not been great so far, and he's thrown a couple of good changeups.
Now Conforto, who struck out on 3 pitches and was the victim of that 98-mile-an-hour fastball in the first inning. Stacked the right side against Conforto, leaving the left side open.
Quite a shift for a guy who's throwing 98 miles per hour against Conforto.
And against a guy who has shown he uses the whole field. It's really one of the most remarkable things about Conforto's fast first 2 months is how much he has used left and left center.
Well, I think because of all these shifts, Gary, you're going to see kids in mutual leagues and in American Legion ball and colleges start to use the whole field again because they're going to have to. Unless you have amazing power and just hit the ball over the fence, if you're a hitter like Conforto and don't use the whole field, you could go an entire career without getting a base hit on the ground to the right side. I mean, that would drive you, I would think, nuts.
And, of course, in Conforto's case, he's proven that he can hit the ball out of the ballpark from line to line. In fact, 8 of his 13 home runs have come to the left of center field. And he goes down swinging for the second time. So Lamet has fanned Conforto twice, and that's the first out of the inning.
Interesting. Watch the balance on Conforto. After the swing, kind of falls over, off balance a little bit there. We haven't seen that in the last couple of weeks.
So 1 out and 1 on. And now Jose Reyes, who hit the ball hard his first time up, lined out to center field. Pop foul backing out of play. It's going to be interesting over the next few days and weeks to see how Terry Collins deploys his infielders now with the return of Asdrubal Cabrera, who was activated today. Played only 1 game on rehab.
And Wilmer's made quite a case that he should be in there almost every day. hasn't he?
That certainly has made things more complicated. Normally you think of Wilmer as being strictly a platoon player to play against lefties, but that's lined the other way by Reyes. That's a fair ball going down the line and toward the corner. Racing for third is Reynolds. He's going to be waved around. The relay throw by d'Arnaud to the plate on a hop. He is out at the plate. Chase d'Arnaud with a perfect one-hop strike to Austin Hedges, and they cut down Reynolds at the plate on the double by Reyes. And we'll wait to see if the Mets challenge.
What a defensive play by Cordoba to go into the slide. Watch the one hop and throw by d'Arnaud. All in one motion. Perfect throw, and he gets him on the knee. I believe that leg was up, so there will be no replay. But the foot hit, foot goes up, gets him on the thigh, never reaches the plate. What a defensive play and relay by the Padres.
No question, Reynolds was out. 7-6-2 on the putout. Reyes at second with two down, and Jay Bruce the batter.
I mean, that's a young kid from the Appalachian League who's played mostly infield, is playing the outfield, goes into a slide. The only way he could stop it from going all the way to the wall. Hits the cutoff man, albeit on a one hop, and d'Arnaud with a BB to the home plate. Doesn't get any better.
Last night we saw Cordoba take his eye off the ball on Flores' double that allowed another run to score. This time he made sure to secure the ball before he worried about anything else.
Yeah, he didn't catch it clean, but he kept it from going all the way to the wall. That was the difference. That was the time saver.
Bruce popped to short his first time up. And he breaks his bat as he pulls one foul. And he'll go back for a new stick. The young battery of Lamet and Hedges. This is a San Diego team that is in full rebuild mode.
Yeah.
But you look around at the team we've seen for 3 days and you see some interesting pieces that might be a big part of their future when they're able to turn things around. And Hedges is certainly one of those. Now they're seeing Lamet for the first time. A long time since the Padres had a winning year.
2010, manager was Bud Black.
He's having an awfully good year managing the Colorado Rockies. He finally lost a game today, lost an 11 to the Phillies. But even with that loss, they're 31-18. Best record in the National League.
What'd you say, 17-8 now on the road?
Paul Sewald getting ready to pitch the fourth inning. One-two coming to Bruce, and he struck him out. Got him with a changeup to end the inning. Fourth strikeout for Lamet. The defense of Cordoba and d'Arnaud and Hedges keeping the Mets off the board in the third. Reynolds tagged out at the plate, keeping it 3-1 San Diego going to the fourth. Out with Johnny Manziel. Plus all the latest news from the Jets and Giants on Loudmouth, presented by Cheapo Air, tomorrow at 5:30, only on SNY. Topical. They're topical. Paul Sewald on in long relief for the Mets.
Hasn't given up on a run in his last 4 appearances. Sewald has been the everyman for this Mets bullpen.
Dinelson Lamet, his second big league at bat. Struck out his first time up against Rafael Montero, who lasted just 3 innings in his spot start. Montero, 3 runs, 5 hits, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. 1-2 to Lamet. Second appearance in the series for Sewald. He worked on Tuesday night. Worked an inning, allowed 2 singles, but then struck out Will Myers with 2 on to get himself out of trouble. And strike 3 called. He gets Lamet for the first out. Let's look at our Verizon trivia question. Which 3 players have hit the most home runs in Padres franchise history? Well, one's easy.
Okay.
Number 31, got his number retired.
Yep.
You got to go back to the early days for one.
Yes.
Once hit 5 home runs in a doubleheader.
Yeah, you got the guy, I think. I mean, those are the 2 I got right off the top of my head. I know one guy hit 50 home runs one year, but he wasn't there long enough, was he? 51 that one year, I believe. Played for the Tampa Bay Rays after that.
Stocky right-hand batter.
Yep.
1-1 to Cordoba. I mean, we talked about it last night. The Padres have had a lot of really great players come by for short stints with them. There's a call, strike 1 and 2. I mean, Sheffield, McReynolds,
Templeton Nettles, Garvey.
Greg Vaughn, you were referring to. That's driven to left field off the bat of Cordoba, and that'll one-hop the wall. And Cordoba pulls into second base with a 1-out double. So Alan Cordoba, the Rule 5 pick out of rookie ball, continues to impress. Now hitting over 300.
Yes, he does. Gets a breaking ball here and stays behind it. And a bullet to left field. And you watch his side swing, how he makes the adjustment. Bat's moving a lot, but that happens sometimes to young players. I mean, bat moving a lot before he swings the bat.
Figure when you take a Rule 5 guy, you hide him at the end of your bench, you play him every once in a great while, just get him through the season and then send him to the minors the next year. It might not work that way with Cordoba.
He's got a real opportunity on this team.
Here's Jean-Hervis Solarte, who's having himself quite a series, a walk and a double tonight. 5 for 8 in the 3 games. And Sewald misses away 2-0. Phil Plantier.
Good call.
Is he there long enough?
You know, we could be missing an obvious. Tony didn't hit a lot of home runs, but Tony Gwynn was there so long. Dave Freed always tries to give us some clues, but I can't read his writing.
No. The thing that he just showed me said you're not doing well.
Oh, no, we're not.
It's ball 4 and Solarte's out with a walk.
Oh.
So Solarte's reached base 3 straight times.
You know, it's interesting. Because of Dave's writing, I think that if you decided to leave broadcasting, you could go straight and read hieroglyphics somewhere as an archaeologist.
Actually, Dave is a double threat.
Yeah.
Because you can't read his handwriting, and you can't understand what he says.
That's right.
So he's a double non-communicative stat guy.
And through all of that, he's the best stat guy we got.
It's
He's
great
awesome.
stuff when we can understand it. By the way, he also does stats for Mike Breen, who was here last night, and
Yes.
agrees 100%.
Okay. With everything, good and the bad.
Yeah.
Okay. And the ugly.
Will Myers has walked and struck out tonight, 0 for 1. Goes after the slider, 0-2. Myers has already struck out 56 times this year. Third in the National League coming into the night. Hunter Renfroe on deck. Misting rain continues to blow around Citi Field. 1-2 coming. Broken back grounder. Reyes gets the out at second. No chance to get Myers at first. Ball just not hit hard enough. So Solarte is erased on the 6-4 fielder's choice for the second out. Cordoba goes to third. And now Hunter Renfroe will bat with 2 aboard. Well, Renfroe is a very fortunate 2 for 2 tonight. He had a slow ground ball to short that went for an infield hit his first time up. And then he had a fly ball along the left field line that Michael Conforto never saw that landed for a double in the third.
Myers, 28 home runs last year, but also 28 stolen bases.
Got 4 this year. And Sewald keeps an eye on him. A little slow track out there. Cuts down on the running game a little bit. And Renfroe chases the slider, 0-1. In a bullpen where there are really only a couple of known quantities at this point, with Jerry Blevins and Addison Reed, any pitcher who has a small run of success has a chance to move up the food chain. And that's where Paul Sewald is right now.
Yeah.
He's had a few good outings, getting more and more important situations, and trying to run with it.
But kind of where does that graph meet, where he is moving up against teams that are starting to get to know him and see him a little more? That's where the crux of, can he continue to be successful? Toughest part.
0-2, and he got him with a slider. Renfroe down on 3 pitches to end the inning. So Sewald works around trouble in the fourth. He strikes out a pair, using that slider to get Hunter Renfroe, keep it a 3-1 San Diego lead in the fourth. go to the bottom of the fourth. Mets down 3-1. Neil Walker leads off against Dinelson Lamet, who's given up a run on 3 hits in his first 3 big league innings. And Walker swings at the changeup and misses, and we check in with Steve Gelb. Steve?
Well, Gary, we look at these major league players, and oftentimes we think about where they are now, but not so much how they got here. And for most, it wasn't just a straight line. There was a hurdle of some sort that they had to overcome. So we're going to take a look at some individual players as the season goes on, their particular stories. With Neil Walker, that moment came in 2009. He was having a really hard time getting above the AAA level. Remember, he was a first-round pick out of high school, a big prospect, shot up through the Pirates system in 2007. He was 20 years old and was at AAA already. But in 2008, stayed at AAA, and again in 2009. And there was one moment during that season when a couple of his friends, including Andrew McCutchen, got called up to the majors, and he was headed back down south to the Gulf Coast League to rehab an injury. He thought to himself, there is something I have to do here to change, or else I'm not going to get to where I want to go. So he talked to his father, who was a former major league player, his brother-in-law, who was high in the Detroit Tigers system, and basically what he figured out is that he didn't really think the game. Everything had come so easy to him, and when he got to AAA, there were better pitchers, as he grounds out to third base right here, but there were better pitchers, they knew how to exploit his weaknesses, and there were teams that were shifting him in certain ways. So he spent those 2 months really focusing on the mental side of things, what he does well, how he can do those things better, and how he can understand what other teams are trying to do to him. Had a great August when he came back, got called up to the majors in September, and the rest, as they say, is history.
Boy, that's a great story, Steve. It's a strange path to make it to the major leagues. An incredible scrum amongst so many talented people. Lucas Duda trying to maybe hit another one out, home run in his first at bat. I will say what happened to me after my first year in AAA. I went home and I told my father, I said, Dad, I was a better pitcher in college a year and a half ago than I am now. What's going on? And he said, well, all we can do is work. So we worked as hard as we could all winter. I got to spring training, and I got my guardian angel, and Al Jackson. And Al was the first person who came up to me and said, it's nice. You got the pretty uniforms. You got the free spikes, nice gloves. This is a job. And the harder you work at your job, the better you're going to be at it. And once he told me that, boy, that worked for me. Because that was like, you're right. All I got to do is put my nose down to the grindstone and just really outwork everybody. If I outwork everybody, 2 things are going to happen. I feel like I'm going to make it to the major leagues. But if I don't, then I gave everything I had to try to get there. So once he explained that it was a job, that's how it worked for me.
When you think about players getting to a certain level, and I think Steve expressed it quite eloquently, what Neil Walker felt, most of the players who get into professional baseball have always been the stars of their teams. They've always been the best player on their team, in their league, in their conference, whatever.
That's right.
Now, all of a sudden, they're meeting other players who are just as good. How do you separate yourself from those other talented players?
Well, luckily, many of those players, Gary, take themselves out of play with the inability to work hard, to take it seriously, even despite having all that great talent. But I think the bottom line came from me is that you have to have bigger insides than your talent. You've got to be able to give up 5 runs in 5 innings and go back to work and not say, boy, that was a pretty good outing. I made a couple of bad pitches. That was a terrible outing. I expect much more from myself, and I'm going to work these next 4 days to make sure that never happens again. Now, it does happen again, and you have to do it again, and it's an awful place to be. But it's also so rewarding when you've worked that hard and you get it on the other side.
Dinelson Lamet in his major league debut, impressive. 4 innings under his belt. He's got 6 strikeouts and a 3-1 lead. Dealers, the Buy Ford Now sales event is on. For huge savings, go to buyfordnow.com. Fifth inning, 3-1 San Diego. Paul Sewald begins his second inning of relief. Corey Spangenberg leads off for the Padres. Spangenberg has singled in a run and sacrificed. And he takes outside from Sewald, who gave up a one-out double to Alan Cordoba in the fourth, but was able to work through trouble. Struck out Renfroe with 2 men on to end that fourth inning. Spangenberg is back in bunting mode, 1-1.
He has faked the bunt every time he's been to the plate and laid down a sacrifice in his last at-bat. Sacrifice that he was trying to get a base hit at the same time.
Corey Spangenberg, a former first-round draft pick by the Padres, who last year played in only 14 games. He suffered a quad injury in April and never came back.
Wow. That's like Justin Bour for the Marlins last year. He had a high ankle sprain and missed such an inordinate amount of games for that injury.
Walker gets in front of the grounder and throws out Spangenberg one away. Well, Pete Stendel, our ace cameraman, is in a different mode right now. He's getting ready for the Amazing Race.
And he's in the blue and orange car. Very nice. Pete, I mean, you're a natural.
Been able to maneuver those glasses around the helmet. But how's he going to take the pictures of himself in the car? Is what I want to know. It's Austin Hedges, and he flies one out to center, chasing Granderson back. And Curtis gets there, 2 out. Is he going to selfie the thing, or is somebody else going to shoot him?
I think he's had to line it up. I know we're all going to have every camera we can on him. And there's a lot of pressure, Pete, because you got to win. I mean, come on. He's in tip-top shape.
I think we all, know where the betting dollars are going. There's Matt Caesar, who has singled in a run and drawn a walk tonight.
I like the car race they have this year.
Definite upgrade.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Off the fists, a foul ball, and Sewald gets ahead 0-2.
I wanted to ask you, did Atlanta, and I was there, but only one night, do they still have the race that they had the last few seasons?
Tool race?
Yes.
I don't remember.
Well, that means they don't have it, because we always saw it.
The heinous tool race,
Yeah.
I believe we refer to it. Duda catches the pop-up from Caesar in a very strong inning for Paul Sewald. He gets a 1-2-3 on just 8 pitches. Halfway through, 3-1 Padres. Curtis Granderson leads off the last of the fifth against Dinelson Lamet, who has a 3-1 lead in his major league debut. Granderson boomed a double over the head of the right fielder Renfroe his first time up. There is no question that Curtis is swinging the bat better right now than he has at any time this season. And now he's got a 3-0 advantage leading off in the fifth. Travis d'Arnaud on deck, and then the pitcher's spot. There's nobody up at the moment in the Mets bullpen. Paul Sewald has gone 2 innings in relief. And Granderson takes a strike, 3-1. Lamet has walked 1, struck out 6 over the first 4 innings, given up just a run on 3 hits. And now 3-2 to Granderson. Your 4th, 5th inning recap. See what Lamet has done. The only Met run coming on a Lucas Duda home run, his first since the middle of April. Rafael Montero lasted just 3 innings in a spot start after Jacob deGrom was scratched because of the weather. Jake will pitch tomorrow night at Pittsburgh. That moves Zach Wheeler back to Saturday. The Mets were going to have to figure out a starter for Saturday anyway. So basically by working Montero tonight, they took care of that problem. And there's ball 4 to Granderson. He's on base for the second time. Second walk given up by Lamet.
Did you see what the Pirates did today? They benched a former MVP.
2 days in
2
a row.
days in a row.
Well, Andrew McCutchen pinch hit last night and got a hit in the 10th inning, which raised his batting average to .203. As much as he struggled last year, he's been far worse this year. And it's a tremendous puzzle. There is city problems for the series in Pittsburgh over the weekend. DeGrom faces Chad Kuhl tomorrow night, Zach Wheeler and Garrett Cole Saturday night, and Matt Harvey and Tyler Glasnow on Sunday night. I mean, so much bad has happened to the Pirates this year.
Yeah.
Starling Marte getting suspended for half a season. Jung Ho Gong convicted of DUI, unable to leave Korea. Pitcher Jameson Tyone diagnosed with testicular cancer. And McCutchen, their former superstar, and you have to say that now, he's not the same player. He just can't get out of his own way. Not just offensively, but defensively as well. d'Arnaud lined out to right his first time, and he pops this one a mile high. In comes Renfroe from right field.
And it drops in. He's got a chance at Granderson at second, and they drop the ball. And everybody's safe. What a circus. The second baseman, Solarte, never went back. That left Renfroe to try and come into extremely shallow right field. It fell in. And then his throw, short hop, chased d'Arnaud, and that had allowed Granderson to arrive there safely.
You know, yesterday, Hunter Renfroe dropped the ball in right field. This is not his fault. Solarte should have been out there farther, and it should have been his ball. He was playing deep. He had a long way to come. And Solarte honestly just gives up on the ball, points up, and just expects the right fielder to run these 50, 60 yards to make the play, and it became an impossible play. Now, Renfroe could have made up for it with a good throw, but
that's supposed to be the best part of his game is his arm, and he made a one-hop throw that handcuffed Chase d'Arnaud. So that enables the Mets to leave Sewald into bunt with first and second and one out. Granderson at second, d'Arnaud at first. They play the wheel, and Sewald pulls the bat back, ready to take the Butcher Boy hack, but he took a strike.
I mean, Solarte points up and then looks down, and then Renfroe looked at him. Solarte's got to go out. The play is done this way. Second baseman goes out until he's called off by the right fielder. Solarte just gave up on the play, and Renfroe, we saw from last night, he's not a great defensive right fielder, and that play he was not able to make.
Padres ran the wheel on the first pitch, and they run it again, and Sewald pulls the bat back. So the Padres selling out to the wheel play. First pitch, Sewald pulled the bat back. Second pitch, he was ready to bunt.
Sherlock's telling him, if the shortstop vacates his position, you have to swing the bat, because all you're going to be doing is bunting into a force out at third base.
With the wheel play, the shortstop covers third, and the third baseman charges, giving you 3 players able to charge the play and a chance to get a double play. This time they fake the wheel, and Sewald fouls it back. See, this is the way Bobby Valentine used to play bunt defense, right? Run the wheel twice and then fake it a third time, force the pitcher to swing, and maybe get a double play ball.
That was interesting. As the third baseman gives the signs, Myers is going to run into the young pitcher, tell him what's going on. That time, Curtis Granderson was watching Chase d'Arnaud, and if d'Arnaud took off, it looked like Curtis was going to follow him.
Now it's 1-2 to Sewald. Padres play straight up, and Sewald bunts and misses for strike 3. So after all that, he gets a strikeout, the 7th of the night for Lamet, and the first out of the inning.
Well, we talked about it last night, the many ways in which San Diego tried to, through some strange plays and strange decisions, give the game to the Mets. Well, this is an inning where they're trying to get some runs up also. Let's see if the Mets can take advantage.
Walk and an error, putting 2 men on. And now Conforto with the tying runs on base. Michael's been up twice, struck out both times against Lamet. And he takes a first pitch slider for a strike. Conforto on base 8 times in the first 2 games of this series, including a couple of home runs on Tuesday night. Stymied so far by the newcomer Lamet. Kept it away from him with a changeup, and it's 0-2.
Remember the first couple of bats against Jesse Chavez on Sunday. Conforto was totally confused, and he's looked the same here early on against Lamet. Just so unusual. You haven't seen it very often.
Now Lamet ahead 0-2. Bounces that one. Ball and 2 strikes.
Hedges might have got a little dirt in his eye on that one. Good stop.
Granderson at second. d'Arnaud at first with 1 out. And Conforto fouls off the slider. Still 1-2.
A little better swing there by Michael.
Every time I look at the back of his jersey, I see La Met. And this is Il Met.
That's right.
Somewhere a guy with a big head is roaming around the ballpark. Mr. Met.
That's right.
Way up high. Saved by Hedges. 2-2. Nobody up in the San Diego bullpen. This is always that toughest inning for a young pitcher. Got the lead. 5th inning. Need to get through the inning to qualify for a victory. He still has 2 outs to get. And now a full count to Conforto. So after getting ahead 2 strikes, Lamet has run it full.
Well, he struck out Conforto the last time on a breaking ball. I bet you he goes back to it here.
You got Granderson at second, d'Arnaud at first. Conforto's already struck out twice tonight.
Runners will not be sent.
And they don't go, and Conforto strikes out for a 3rd time. Got him with the changeup. That's 8 strikeouts now for Lamet.
Boy, what a pitch by this young right-hander. Go to the 3-2 perfect changeup in the most difficult of situations.
So 2 out and 2 on. And here's Reyes, who doubled into the left field corner in the 3rd inning. Reynolds tried to score from first base on the play, but was thrown out on a terrific pair of throws by Cordoba and Darno to keep the Mets from scoring. Reyes has hit the ball hard twice tonight. First time up, he lined out to center field. And Jose lifts this one to left. And Cordoba is there. And that retires the side. So the Mets get the first two men on, but fail to score. Well, Pete Stendel, our cameraman, all set to go in the big race. We'll see how he does when we come back. Staying for his third inning of relief. Chase Darno leads off for the Padres. Darno is 0 for 2, and he takes a breaking ball inside for ball 1.
Chase, before he got in the box, picked up a clump of dirt and threw it at his brother.
That's perfect. Older brother picking on the younger brother. It's been going on for a million years. That's pulled down the line, a foul ball. Now, you were the oldest.
Yes.
Did you pick on the younger one?
No, never paid any attention to him. No interest.
Now, what's the gap between you and your next oldest brother?
My next brother is 15 months, so we're very, very close. He's free-spirited, sweet, kind. He used to love to play with his Army men. He just left them alone to his own devices. He had the nicest childhood. I've spent my entire 16 years trying to figure out how I'm going to get out of this town. That's all I can think about.
So you didn't throw dirt at your brother?
No, I didn't. I couldn't. My brother Eddie I used to wear his hand-me-downs. He was a huge kid.
Darno strikes out. Third strikeout in relief for Sewald. Let's check in with the studio. Justine Ward has a game break brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers. Thanks, Justine. Anthony Rendon hit another home run today. It's 4 in the last 3 days.
Red hot.
Now Eric Ibar pinch hitting for Dinelson Lamet, who went 5 innings in his big league debut and fared extremely well. Struck out 8, allowed a run on 3 hits, and is in line for a win. Ibar started the first 2 games of the series at shortstop, went 1 for 8. Sewald so far acquitting himself quite nicely after Rafael Montero went the first 3 innings and gave up 3 runs and 5 hits. And Ibar takes a slider for a strike, and it's 1-2. And he strikes out Ibar, 2 away. Back-to-back strikeouts for Paul Sewald.
What a job by Sewald. He has done everything he's been asked. Pitch late in games, pitch in extra inning games, go a distance he's not used to pitching in games.
He's just trying to make sure he doesn't get sent home. It's from Las Vegas.
That's right.
Here's Alan Cordova. 1 for 3. A double his last time up. Well, look at it this way. Sewald has thrown 36 pitches in 2 2/3 innings. The starter tonight, Rafael Montero, threw 45 in the first inning alone. So he's been a heck of a lot more efficient. Two to Cordova, and there's a strike. If you're wondering, Sewald has never made a professional start. 202 appearances in the minors and 8 more in the majors. And every one is a reliever.
This is like a start.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Pitch with long relief. The next step up the ladder is to get a spot start the next time one's available. Repertoire might be a little limited to be a starter.
Yeah, he's more of a 2-pitch pitcher. Plus, you don't want to move him too much because he's so effective right now.
3-2 coming. Hits slowly. Flores charges. Side retired. 8 in a row retired by Sewald. Still 3-1 San Diego. As the early foot getting a huge early lead. But he's got competition. The Silver Warrior pulling up on the rail.
He's cheating.
That's not right.
Come on, Pete.
And then he gets outrun at the end. Well, I think Pete was feeling the pressure that we placed on him, feeling as though he should have been the favorite of the race.
Well, true. For ratings, we'll do anything here at SNY. And he tried to pull the runner back, the other car back.
Now, we're not aware of who was operating the winning car.
Well, it's probably his buddy. It's got to be someone he knows because that was funny. Jose Torres then pitching last night's game, got 4 outs and replacing Jared Cozart, who left the game.
Jay Bruce slots one through the vacated side of the infield, and the Mets have a leadoff base runner in the 6th inning. So a shift hit for Bruce. Just the Mets' 4th hit of the night.
Lefty-lefty matchup, fastball away. If you're a left-handed hitter, it's a beautiful thing to see that whole left side of the infield open.
That'll get Neil Walker to the plate with the man on. Walker's been up twice, grounded out both times. Turning around about right-handed. Remember, Neil had that big power surge from the right side last year, particularly early in the year. Looking for his first home run as a right-hand batter this season. He's hit 4 left-handed.
It's funny, I was looking at his numbers, Gary, and last year he almost had the same numbers, but he had a jump in home runs and no doubles. This year he doesn't have as many home runs and a lot of doubles. So ball's just not getting out of the ballpark here early for Neil.
Well, there are many ways to look at that, but you certainly have to take into account that this is a player coming off back surgery last year, and you wonder whether that has had an impact on the torque and thus the bat speed that produces the home run.
Yeah, taking a little of that strength away, that makes sense.
Bruce at first, nobody out. 2-0 count to Walker. And now 3-0. The Mets happy to see Dinelson Lamet out of the game through 91 pitches in his major league debut. 5 innings, 1 run, 3 hits, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts. The due to home run, the only blemish against him. And now Jose Torres behind on Walker 3-0 with Duda waiting to follow. And that's ball 4. And the Mets have the first 2 men on for the second straight inning. Now here's Lucas back in the second. Hit his 5th home run of the year.
Just a bomb off Lamet, like you said, the only mistake Lamet made really in the game. When he hits it, they go. This Mets team, though, you're right, Gary, started out with a walk on the 3rd, didn't score. A walk and an error on the right fielder, didn't score. Now a hit and a walk to start the 6th.
Now keep in mind that Lamet going 5 innings, that's by far the longest start that the Padres have gotten from a starting pitcher this last time through their rotation. So it's put a lot of pressure on their bullpen. And, you know, Torres went an inning and a third last night. Quackenbush, who's up in the bullpen now, went 2 innings last night. So Andy Green pressed a little bit to find rested relievers. Terry Collins can certainly empathize.
You know, these teams, they just keep adding more and more pitchers to the bullpen, and they still run out of pitching or have to overuse pitching or guys back to back. Just it's hard to explain.
Starters are being asked to do less and less.
And also the relievers are being asked to do less and less. Very rarely do they pitch an inning. You know, we're seeing Sewald do something we never see.
Pulled down to first. Myers gets the out at second. Darno with the return in time for the double play. Was he on the bag at second? Mets are going to check that one out. Darno having to stretch for that throw from Myers. Walker hanging around at second base to wait and see.
He was on it to me. Let's see. Yes, he's on it. That was a beautiful play by Darno. Can't take away from that athleticism. That was big league.
So it's a 3-6-3 double play. Bruce goes to third, 2 out in the inning. And pitching change coming for the Padres. They're going to bring in a right-hander to face Wilmer Flores. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Verizon. Kevin Quackenbush coming in to face Flores. Mets down 3-1 in the 6th. We'll be right back. Pencil plays tonight. Here's another one.
Listen, Myers took a chance here because he throws the ball on the run and did not make a good throw, but Darno bailed him out by staying with it, coming across the bag and throwing on the run. I mean, watch how much he gets on this throw, right over the umpire's head. I mean, I know Eric Aybar has been a real good shortstop for a long time. Darno's been kicking around teams all month. Play him every day as Quackenbush comes in to relieve.
And quickly falls behind Flores, 2-0. Flores 0 for 2 tonight, struck out twice against the starter Lamet. Faced Quackenbush last night and drew a walk against him. Quackenbush worked 2 innings and walked 3 last night, and now right back out there. And Flores might have chased ball 3 as he fouls it off 2-1. Bruce led off the inning with a base hit. He's at third with 2 down. And Wilmer takes a slider for a strike, and it's 2-2. Curtis Granderson would be next, and they have a left-hander up in the bullpen for him, so this is going to be Quackenbush's only batter. And he held on to that too long. 3-2. Ryan Buchter with 3 lefties that Andy Green has. He's already used Jose Torres. And now Buchter getting ready. 3-2. And the curveball inside, ball 4. So for the second straight night, Quackenbush has walked Flores. That puts the tying runs back on base, and it brings Andy Green back out of the San Diego dugout to make another pitching change.
Well, after watching the wonderful talent of Mr. Lamet pitch, 3 pitchers are needed to try to get through this inning.
And we'll see whether Terry Collins might pinch hit for Granderson with a lefty coming in. Be right back. The inning for San Diego.
New Jersey native, we saw him pitch in last night's game, throws the ball awfully hard. I'm looking at the side of his neck. He has those, we saw Michael Phelps, the swimmer, wearing cupping.
Well, last night, Curtis Granderson faced a lefty 3 separate times, 3 different lefties, and struck out all 3, including in the 9th against Brad Hand. And so this time, Terry Collins goes a different way and takes Granderson out with the lefty on the mound and brings in T.J. Rivera to pinch hit. Tying runs on base and 2 out. TJ flied out as a pinch hitter last night. And a fastball call strike. Every time TJ comes to the plate, he looks inside his helmet where it says, believe.
That's cool.
Perfect message for a Met.
It really is.
As in, you gotta. Bruce at third, Flores at first with 2 out. TJ's bat has cooled down after that terrific hot streak where he was playing every day while Duda was out. So he is not exactly torn up lefties. But for a while there, he was in hot mode, down to 258 now for the year. Two balls and a strike. Travis d'Arnaud would be next.
Don't need to get them all back. TJ has power to hit a home run, but you want a base hit here. Get closer.
Mets have had just 4 hits tonight. And TJ swings through the fastball, 2-2.
Ball's out of the strike zone, 2-1.
Coming. Struck him out with the fastball, so Buchter strikes out TJ Rivera, and 3 Padre relievers combined to hang a 0 on the bottom of the 6th, still 3-1.
For the New York Mets, 1984 began in Cincinnati. Rookie Ron Darling helped the Mets get that first victory by shutting out the Reds for 6 innings until he gave way to reliever Doug Sisk.
And a ground ball to Hernandez, and the Mets have their first win of 1984.
44, huh?
That's funny, right? To see that. And we got blown out in the first night. Mario Soto pitched for the Reds. He was fantastic. Then the next night I pitched against a teammate in the future, Bruce Bereni, and we just edged out a 2-0 win on a coldest day I've ever pitched in the major leagues.
Colder than in the World Series?
Much colder.
Really?
Yeah.
And you weren't wearing a turtleneck?
Well, I didn't have one yet. I didn't have any gravitas yet. You know,
but 44, that's like a power hitter's number.
You know what? In those days, whatever number they gave you, you wore.
Josh Edgin on to pitch in the 7th.
Number 66, case in point.
Here is Solarte. On base 3 times in a row, takes a strike. Juan Lagares in to play center field. He'll bat ninth. Pitcher goes in the seventh spot. What a work by Paul Sewald tonight, keeping the Mets in this game with 3 scoreless innings of relief. Struck out 4 along the way. And Solarte takes one outside, 1-1. Solarte's walked twice and doubled. He's scored a run. He's had a great series, 5 hits and 8 at-bats. He's been on base constantly. Padres got 2 runs in the first inning off Rafael Montero, and they have not looked back. Backdoor breaking ball misses, 2-1. Mets playing their final game on this homestand. They've gone 3-2 so far. Took 2 of 3 from the Angels and split the first 2 with the Padres. This is not a team you want to lose a series at home to. That's a strike 2-2. Will Myers on deck, and then Hunter Renfroe against Edgin in the 7th. Mets have had opportunities in the last 2 innings. Got the first 2 men on in the 5th, didn't score. They got the first 2 men on in the 6th and didn't score. And now Edgin trying to continue to hold the fort. Out to right center. Bruce got a late start, but gets there for the first down. Why don't you want to lose to the Padres? Well, here's your Unlimited Baseball break brought to you by T-Mobile. Worst records in baseball. The Phillies won today. They came into the day with a slightly worse winning percentage than San Diego, but they have now moved past the Padres, and San Diego once again has the worst winning percentage in the majors. Not the kind of team you want to lose 2 out of 3 at home to. So here's Myers, who's 0 for 2 in a walk. Mets will be going to Pittsburgh over the weekend and then coming right back home to face the Brewers for 4 games starting on Monday, Memorial Day. Mets got swept by the Brewers in Milwaukee. In the Pirates, they'll be facing a team that's in last place, but a team that won their last 2 games in Atlanta, rallying late and winning in extra innings yesterday and then winning again today.
3 home runs in extra innings yesterday, didn't they?
Back to back to back.
Wow.
David Freese, who's now playing third base with Jung Ho Kang not there. One of the 3. The brightest surprise for the Pirates this year has been Adam Frazier, who came up last year, and he's a little left-hand hitter. He was a teammate of Hunter Renfroe's at Mississippi State. Hit a 3-run homer today. He came into the day hitting .370. And in a year where very little has gone right for the Pirates, Adam Frazier has been maybe their biggest bright spot.
He's been leading off of them, right?
Yes. It's a big story there in Pittsburgh because they have a young infielder named Gift Ngope, the first African-born player in the majors. He hasn't been lighting it up, but he's been holding his own. But they have needed some good news because, as we chronicled earlier, they have had all sorts of bad news. Suspension, conviction, injury.
Will the Mets be facing Nova?
No pitch today.
Okay, because he's been pretty good.
Pitched into the 9th today. Myers strikes out for the second half. More on the Pirates. Let's check in with Steve.
Well, you guys were just mentioning Ivan Nova, and you look for a couple of more positives for the Pirates. It's been the top 2 on their starting pitching staff, Ivan Nova, Garrett Cole. Mets, like you said, won't be seeing him this weekend. But Nova, since he's gotten traded over from the Yankees, he has had a remarkable little run for them. 20 starts, 5 complete games. Has only walked 7 total batters, though, since putting on a Pirates uniform, which is pretty crazy. As for Garrett Cole, Mets will see him on Saturday. He's had a nice bounce-back year numbers-wise. He's not getting any run support, though. 2.8 runs per game. That's the second worst in the National League. One thing to watch for on Saturday night, he's using his changeup a lot more this year, almost 3 times as much as he used it in years past. And so far, hitters have not been able to figure it out. They're hitting 182 against that pitch this season.
Tomorrow night's pitching matchup is Jacob deGrom against Chad Kuhl, so it winds up being Kuhl versus Kuhl.
Yeah.
There's the updated numbers on Nova, who pitched into the 9th inning today. 5 complete games already, went 8 1/3 today. That's since he joined the Pirates last year.
Wow.
Edgin gets Renfroe to chase breaking ball. It's 2-2. Rom was supposed to pitch tonight, pushed back because of the inclement weather, the chance that maybe he would pitch a couple of innings and then get rained out. So rather than chance that, the Mets pushed him back to tomorrow. His finger appears to be just fine after he had that callus on his ring finger that concerned him in his last start.
Well, pushed him back, but, you know, the Mets are a few outs away from losing the series.
That's inside ball 4, and Renfroe's on base for the 3rd time tonight. Let's check in with the studio. Justine Ward has another game break brought to you by the New York State Department of Health. Thanks, Justine. Just the 5th win in the last 25 games for the Phillies. Here's Corey Spangenberg. 1 for 2 in a sacrifice. He's driven in a run. Renfroe at first and 2 out, and that one crossed up d'Arnaud. Maybe he crossed up himself.
I think he did, because he never went out to talk to the pitcher. I mean, there's no runner on second base, so.
SNY Super Slow Motion is brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealers. Mercedes-Benz, the best or nothing. A little early with that thumbs up, Pete.
Item place.
It's really easy to box the exacta when there are only 3 cars.
That's good.
And now 3-0 to Spangenberg. So after Edgin retired the first 2, a walk to Renfroe, and then 3 straight out of the strike zone. And there's a strike. You know, we showed that video of your start in Cincinnati, the second game of the season in '84. At that point in your career, you were not yet a big gate attraction. Attendance in Cincinnati that day, 3,921.
Listen, you know, I'm the Rodney Dangerfield of pitching for the Mets. I always pitch the second game, not the first. But the most afraid I've ever been is because Cincinnati was always the history of the first game in baseball, right? Is that Tony Perez and I had to do Good Morning America before the first game. And I was never so nervous in my life talking to the late, great David Hartman.
Edgin gets himself through the 7th with a couple of strikeouts. Stretch time at Citi Field, 3-1 San Diego. question, top 3 home run hitters in franchise history for the Padres. Well, we got one of them.
Colbert. Gonzalez, and the man who complained about the new ballpark more than anyone, Phil Nevin.
Brian Giles wasn't happy either.
No. Okay.
There is the top 5. Winfield just outside the top 3. And Tony Gwynn 5th. So we got 3 of the 5.
It's not bad.
That's 60%. Travis d'Arnaud leading off the home 7th against Ryan Buchter, who got the final out of the 6th. Striking out T.J. Rivera with 2 men on. D'Arnaud's been up twice. He's lined out to right, then hit a pop fly to right that fell in, and then Hunter Renfroe threw it away, trying to get a force at second, and got charged with an error. Juan Lagares sitting 9th in the order on deck, and then Michael Conforto. Buchter, the 3rd San Diego reliever. Jose Torres went 2/3 of an inning. Kevin Quackenbush walked his only batter. And now Buchter. And he falls behind on d'Arnaud, 3-1. Last night, San Diego pitchers walked 9. And the Mets were unable to capitalize. 9 walks and 2 balks by San Diego pitchers last night. 3 walks so far tonight. And no balks.
But they have a lot of strikeouts tonight.
Yes, they do. 8 by the starter, Lamet. And that's inside, ball 4. And another leadoff walk. That's the 3rd leadoff walk the Mets have drawn tonight. They were unable to score the first 2 times. And now it's Juan Lagares up for the first time. Came in on a double switch in the last half inning. Juan started in center field last night, went 1 for 5, and then made the final out of the game. We have the bases loaded in the 9th. Third baseman Spangenberg in on the grass against Lagares.
Did Lagares hit a ball off Buchter last night that was dropped by Renfroe in right field?
That was against Bauer.
Oh, okay, against Bauer. All right.
And that was leading off in the 8th inning. And then Bauer was able to work around that, and then Brad Hand got out of an even bigger jam in the 9th. There's a strike. 1-1.
Yeah, but
I like the fact that when you miss the cough button, you say innocuous things. Not like the other guy.
I know. I mean, I usually don't do that. What happens occasionally, folks, is that the truck will be talking to me and say something, and I'll answer them on air as you just listened, and I apologize. But every once in a while it happens.
Again, innocuous. Nothing we have to explain away or write letters of apology for.
Well,
hi, Keith. I know you're watching. By the way, Keith was up in arms and really upset with me earlier tonight when I referred to he and Gil Hodges and Willie Randolph as 3 pretty good players. Meant pretty good in a positive way.
Yeah.
He took it in a negative way. Here's the way I look at it. As Lagares strikes out for the first out. Gil Hodges, Keith Hernandez, Willie Randolph, 3 almost Hall of Famers.
that's right.
I mean, you can make a case for Gil for the Hall of Fame. You can make a case for Keith for the Hall of Fame. Willie's probably a little further away, but he had a great career as well, 2,200 hits.
You know, Willie had some amazing years on some amazing teams.
And a lifetime 373 on base percentage.
Yeah.
Here's Conforto. 3 strikeouts and 3 at-bats tonight. Now facing the lefty, he takes a slider for a strike. Michael has had only 1 golden sombrero in his career. It came last year in a 13-inning game against the White Sox. d'Arnaud at first with 1 out. And it's taken high, ball on a strike. I'm just happy that Keith is already in Pittsburgh, getting his rest, ready to go tomorrow night.
He's all about preparation. So,
1 and 2.
So you said that over the air, I said, usually what I say is innocuous. Well, some things I say are just downright stupid. I said that I was so nervous talking to the late, great David Hartman. He's not late. He's only great. He's still around.
We're very happy about that.
David, so sorry.
Not happy that we had him dead, but happy that he's alive.
I mean, that's brutal.
On the outside corner, Conforto caught looking. And Michael Conforto fitted for the Golden Sombrero, his 4th strikeout of the night. Baseball's a funny game, isn't it? You can be on top of the world, and then you can have a night like this.
Doesn't matter how good you're going. You can always be humbled.
So 2 out, Darno still at first, and here's Reyes, who's 1 for 3 tonight. By the way, the 4 strikeouts for Conforto, not the worst for a National League East player today. Odubel Herrera for the Phillies had the platinum sombrero.
Oh, 5.
5. It was the 11-inning game they won from the Rockies. And Reyes takes a strike, 1-1. Jose doubled back in the 3rd inning as a left-hand batter, hitting just 179 from the right side of the plate, which traditionally has been his better side. And Booker runs one inside, 2-1. Jay Bruce to follow. And Reyes fouls it back. Check out SNY.TV for all the latest from Giants OTAs with on-site reports from SNY's NFL insider Ralph Facciano. On SNY.TV, your online home for all things New York sports. Organized team activities.
Sounds like something after you've had the meeting with the Boy Scouts. That's what you would call it. Cookies and milk.
I've always kind of favored the disorganized team activity.
Yeah, disorganized chaos. Well, you know what's got to be difficult, though? I mean, football, like baseball, getting closer and closer to 12 months a year. Man.
2-2 coming. And Reyes pulls one foul.
I wonder what it's like for those football players, especially on the offensive side when they get that binder that they've got to learn for the first time.
It's not the learning of the playbook.
Yeah.
It's the being told, bring your playbook.
Yeah.
Coach wants to see it.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah, that's the bad one. Reyes fists one foul. Tomorrow night, the opener of the Mets series in Pittsburgh with Jacob deGrom on the mound. Coverage begins at 6 o'clock tomorrow night on SNY from beautiful PNC Park, right by the Roberto Clemente Bridge.
One of our favorite venues, right, to do a game?
And we only get to do the one this year.
Oh, you got the national televised games. That's right.
That's line to base hit for Reyes. What a terrific turn at bat for Reyes. And he has his second hit of the night, and once again, the Mets up the tying runs on base.
Oh, fouled off some tough pitches, and then a bullet to left field. Reyes slowly just creeping that average up. hit that ball on the nose in his first at bat for an out.
Well, now Bruce, who has struggled against the lefties this year, hitting just 178 against left-hand pitching. Faces Buchter with 2 out and 2 on. Mets have had a runners in scoring position renaissance this year. Came into the night hitting .322 as a team, but 0 for 7 tonight. They've been in need of a big hit, inning after inning after inning. Bruce with a half swing, rolls one out to short, and Darno throws him out by a stride to end the inning. And the Mets strand 2 more. That's 8 left on tonight. After 7, 3-1 San Diego. By clean, crisp, Coors Light. It's deep into the National League West now. They have seen the Diamondbacks and the Giants. They've yet to see the Rockies and the Dodgers. Rockies with the best record in the National League despite their loss today. The Diamondbacks began the day 10 games over 500. And they lead the Brewers tonight 3-0 in the 6th. Behind Zach Davies, or behind Robbie Ray, going up against Zach Davies.
Robbie Ray is a strikeout machine, isn't he?
Austin Hedges, 0 for 3 tonight. And he grounds one toward the middle past Reyes and a base hit for Hedges, leading off in the 8th inning.
Well, many of the balls have been to the right of Reyes, this one to the left. Gotten dirty all night, but it hasn't come up with one.
So the Padres have their 7th hit. And now Matt Caesar, who drove in a run with a 3rd inning single. Padres got 2 in the 1st and 1 in the 3rd off Rafael Montero. The bullpen has done a great job keeping it where it is. Caesar lifts one out to center. In comes Lagares. And that's the first down. Paul Sewald, 3 scoreless innings in relief. Now Edgin working his 2nd inning. There's your People United Bank starters. The first-time starter, Dinelson Lamet, was terrific for 5 innings. Struck out 8. He's in line for the victory. Rafael Montero found out at 3:45 this afternoon that he was pitching. It didn't go so well. 87 pitches in 3 innings of work. I got one for you.
Okay.
Lamet, 8 strikeouts in his debut tonight. Not quite Matt Harvey, struck out 11 in his debut. But it's the most by a Padre pitcher in his major league debut since Bob Shirley in
Really?
1977.
The lefty.
Shirley struck out 11 in his debut. Over 8 2/3.
Oh,
Back in those days, you could go 8 2/3.
That's right. Bob Shirley pitched for the Yankees in the 80s, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Jace d'Arnaud is 0 for 3 at the plate tonight, but he has made his presence felt on defense. Threw out a runner at the plate with a fine relay throw. Was in the middle of a difficult double play, a 3-6-3.
You know, it's interesting to watch both brothers. They're both completely different at the plate. Chase d'Arnaud hits off his front foot. Travis d'Arnaud kind of hits off his back foot.
Slowly hit. Flores on the charge. And he gets d'Arnaud by half a stride. Second time Flores has thrown out d'Arnaud on an identical play. 2 out. Hedges now at second.
Just a roller to Wilmer, the transfer, and enough on the throw to get the speedy d'Arnaud.
And the 2 d'Arnauds just crossed paths as Chase was running back to the dugout. And I don't know exactly what was said, but there was something. Some jibe going back and forth between the d'Arnauds.
Well, he's faced so many changeups. He's probably mixing a fastball once in a while. Meat.
As I said before, nobody's going to know how to get him out better than his brother.
That's right.
Especially the little brother who's had to fight uphill. Now Luis Torrens, the pinch hitter. Torrens, who caught last night and went 2 for 4. Another one of the Rule 5 picks for the Padres. In the air to left, Conforto comes in to get it. That retires the side. Edging, 2 scoreless innings in relief. And the Mets will go to work in the bottom of the 8th with Walker to lead off, still down 3-1. It's a GMC. Lucas Duda, a home run, his first since coming off the disabled list, but not much more for the Mets, who've left 8 runners on base. Michael Conforto, who's been so hot. The Golden Sombrero tonight, 4 at-bats, 4 strikeouts, and Brandon Bauer, who pitched the 8th last night, will do it again.
Yes, he will. We first saw him in 2013 with Seattle. He's been a mainstay in that bullpen the last couple of years. 71 games for the Padres last year.
3, 4, 5, and 6 in the Mets batting order. Walker, Duda, and Flores in the 8th. Neal is 0 for 2 and a walk tonight. pitcher is due up fourth in the inning for New York. And the Mets have Asdrubal Cabrera available in the dugout. Asdrubal was activated from the disabled list today. And there he is, checking out some video. Walker lifts one foul. The Padre bullpen has been forced to work overtime in this series. Felice Chacín went 2/3 of an inning Tuesday night. Jared Cosart went 2 2/3 last night. And the starter, Dinelson Lamet, went 5 innings tonight. So they have done some heavy lifting, and they have been up to the task.
Best start they've had in almost a week. There we go.
So you're saying the race is just starting?
That's drilled toward right center field. Back in the gap goes Caesar, and he can't get it. Up against the wall. Walker to second, and he's in standing with a leadoff double, and the race has indeed begun.
Well, this has been the Mets' MO the last few innings, is that they've been able to get people on base. Getting them in has been an issue. But nice start here by Neil Walker. Looked for a while like Caesar might run this down, but just out of his reach. Played well against the wall to hold Walker to that double.
Caesar held it but didn't catch it. So the Mets again get the tying run to the plate. Lucas Duda, who homered back in the second inning. Since then, he has struck out and grounded into a double play. Well, last night, remember, the Mets got the leadoff man on against Maurer in the eighth when Renfroe dropped Lagares' fly ball, and then Maurer retired the next three. And here he is again, man at second base to start the inning. That's been unable to convert tonight with runners in scoring position, 0 for 8. Now 2-0 to Duda. And the small but vocal crowd start to get some chanting. There's a strike, 2-1. Wilmer Flores on deck, and then the pitcher's spot. It's now with 6 hits for the night. And Lucas fouls it away. 2-2.
Don't remember Brandon Maurer throwing this hard when he was in Seattle. I always remember him being a 92, 93 guy, but up to 95 plus now.
Isn't everybody now?
Yeah, I guess.
Two coming. Line toward the middle. Base hit. Walker to third. He's being waved around. Caesar will not make the throw. It's an RBI single for Lucas Duda to pull the Mets within a run. Duda with both RBIs for New York tonight. It's now 3-2.
Nice hitting by Lucas. Gets the running fastball away, up the middle. And the shift for the Padres not completely shifted over, so this ball gets through to the left of d'Arnaud. Walker, the ball to his left, so he can run straight away, pick up Sherlock, and Sherlock waves him home.
So now the tying run at first with nobody out. Wilmer Flores the batter. And Wilmer hits one in the air to center. Caesar right there waiting for it. And that's the first out of the inning. So 1 out and 1 on, and now Asdrubal Cabrera, fresh off the disabled list, will get the pinch hitting assignment. Asdrubal has been out with a sprained left thumb, played a game and a half on rehab, a doubleheader last night for Double-A Binghamton. Addison Reed getting up in the bullpen for the Mets. As Cabrera bats for Josh Edgin, who did some fine work in relief. Mets have gotten 5 scoreless innings out of the bullpen, 3 from Sewald, 2 from Edgin. And now they fought back to within a run. And Cabrera takes just off the plate, ball 1. Cabrera has experience against Maurer, but not positive experience. He's 0 for 6 in his career against his right-hander. Throws a double play ball right at Solarte, and the easy turn by d'Arnaud for the 4-6-3 double play. That ends the inning. Mets get a run, still a run behind. 3-2 San Diego after 8. June 3rd, the Mets play the Pirates at 7:15. After the game, you can enjoy a fireworks show that will light up the Citi Field sky. For tickets, visit Mets.com/fireworks. Well, for the second straight night, Addison Reed is going to come in to pitch the ninth inning with the Mets a run behind.
I mean, it's almost scripted to a T by both clubs. Reed coming in with the run behind by the Mets, and Brad Hand is warming up for the Padres.
And who got his first save of the season last night. Looks like he'll get another crack at it tonight. After working out of a bases-loaded jam last night. Padres at the top of the batting order against Reed. Alan Cordova hits one up the middle. He's got another hit. This has been a very impressive performance by the 21-year-old rookie. Skipped A ball, double A ball, and triple A ball.
Listen, in this series, we've seen a lot of mistakes by this young ball club. We've also seen some nice play by the young players. Lamet with his effort over 5 innings today. Torrens with a couple hits yesterday. Cordova now with a couple hits tonight.
Renfroe the home run.
There you go.
So here's Solarte, who's 1 for 2 and a pair of walks tonight. Cordova, just 1 stolen base this year. Good speed, but hasn't really learned how to steal bases yet. That's what happens when you skip most of the minors. I mean, there have been guys who never played in the minor leagues.
That's right.
Oddibe McDowell comes to mind, Bob Horner, Xavier Nady. But it's not often that a 21-year-old kid comes out of rookie ball and sticks in the big leagues, which is what Cordova is trying to do. And so far, so good.
I mean, I remember Dwight when he came out of A-ball. I mean, that wasn't high. Was Lynchburg high A? No.
Yeah.
It was? Okay.
Carolina League. Solarte down to a knee. 1-2. Coming up tonight on Geico Sports Night after the post game, we have wars of words in the football world. And, of course, all the Major League Baseball news as well, coming up on Geico Sports Night tonight after the post game. mean, what are you going to talk about in May about football other than talk?
Yeah, well,
I mean, the sport gets played for 16 games a season.
yes.
There are 349 other days in the year. Hooked out to right, and Bruce is right there waiting for it. And Solarte retired one away. So there's a lot of talking for a sport that doesn't play very often.
Well, it's a very popular sport, Gary, in many, many ways. It's popular with the fantasy players. It's popular if you like to put a few shekels down occasionally on your team. You know, I always laugh at it when I'm on the road and I just kind of flip through the channels and they're having a NFL show, like in the middle of the afternoon. Boy, strong. I mean, it's interesting. As I get older, I know less and less about professional sports. Isn't that crazy? I used to know all about professional sports.
There's a lot more to know now.
I guess so. And so many more games on, right?
Well, there are a lot more teams now than when we were kids, too.
That's true.
And time called for it just before Addison Reed was about to come out of his stretch. Myers is 0 for 3 and a walk tonight. Batting here with 1 out and 1 on the top of the ninth. And Reed can't pick off the inside corner, and it's 1-1. There's a little withering glare into Jordan Baker after that call. In the bottom of the ninth, the Mets will have 8, 9, and 1 in the order coming up. Darno, Lagares, Conforto. Presumably against Brad Hand. So Hand will get 2 right-hand hitters and a lefty, unless they let Mauer start the ninth against the right-hand hitters.
That might not be a bad play.
I want you to put this in the back of your mind for reference.
Okay.
Because I don't think it will happen, but it could.
You know not to tell me stuff like this because it stays in there forever.
Okay.
But go ahead.
The last time that a Met player struck out 5 times in a 9-inning game, Dave Kingman, 1982.
Whoa.
That's outside, ball 4, and now the Padres have 2 men on. They're your team. Take them with you. Watch every SNY Mets game on the go on any device all season long with live streaming presented by Verizon. Just download the NBC Sports app or visit SNY.TV, your new home for live streaming coverage of every SNY Mets game. Well, the Padres bidding for some insurance, and they have 2 aboard with 1 out, and Hunter Renfroe up. Renfroe's 2 for 3 and a walk tonight. His 2 hits were not things of beauty. A slow roller to short and a pop fly to left that Michael Conforto didn't see through the mist and fell in. Renfroe then scored the 3rd Padre run, which right now is the difference in this game. So you could argue that the weather conditions might have the Mets behind in this game. The weather conditions convinced them not to start DeGrom tonight. And the weather conditions allowed Renfroe to get aboard and eventually score the run that is the difference right now. Good news is, the mist appears to have disappeared.
Yeah, it's a nicer night now, but the Padres have dealt with weather all year long. They had a rain out in San Diego this year.
Well, boo-hoo. I mean, they don't deal with weather very often. He throws a fastball by Renfroe, and it's 1-2. Now Reed threw 15 pitches last night in the 9th inning with the Mets down a run. And now about to throw his 15th pitch in this 9th inning with the Mets down a run. Looked for a while as though he might have a chance to be a winning pitcher last night, but the Mets couldn't cash in. Renfroe hits it to dead center, chasing Lagares back. In front of the warning track, he's got it. Tagging at second is Cordoba. He goes to third. So Renfroe flies out for the second out.
That ball got in on Renfroe just enough.
So now Corey Spangenberg with first and third and 2 out. Spangenberg drove in the first San Diego run with a base hit against Rafael Montero in the first inning. Cordoba at third, Myers at first with 2 down. And Reed trying to squirm his way out of trouble. Padres 3 runs, 8 hits. The Mets 2 runs and 7 hits. We're in the ninth.
Addison Reed control off just a little bit here from last night's game.
And falls behind on Spangenberg, 2-0. Hold, and just over the glove of Duda, and that'll bring in a run. Cordoba is in to score. Myers goes to third. Spangenberg winds up at second with an RBI double, and the Padres get the insurance run and lead 4-2.
Well, Spangenberg got up in the count, got a pitch in, kind of jammed him, but still able to loop that over the head of Lucas Duda. Trying to get as high as he could. See the ball up on the label, but Spangenberg strong enough just to flip that ball into right field.
Lucas was able to make a leaping grab of a liner back in the third inning. That one just a shade too tall for him. So a run is in the ninth, and now Hedges fouls one back. We have the official exit velocity on Spangenberg's head.
Yes.
It's not quite down to the Wilmer Flores hit from the other night when he got the 56-mile-an-hour single to right. This was a 62-mile-an-hour double.
But the launch angle was the whole thing, Gary.
I neglected the launch angle.
That's right. It's, the Mets every inning have gotten runners on, not been able to get that big hit, and here the Padres do in the top of the ninth.
Hedges strikes out to end the inning, but Reed allows a run in the ninth, and the Mets 2 behind as they come to bat in the bottom of the ninth, 4-2 San Diego. Team, what's been a rough night as you look at the G pitch cast.
You know, usually in a 3-game series, sometimes they'll attack a hitter in one certain way to get Conforto on these 4 strikeouts, but it's all been different pitches. Fastballs away for strikes, changeups, curveballs. Everything has worked so far as Brad Hand comes in for the second night in a row for the save.
Last night came in with a 1-run lead. Mets loaded the bases with nobody out, and Hand found his way out of it. Now he's got a 2-run lead as Travis d'Arnaud leads off. d'Arnaud is 0 for 2 in a walk in his first start back from the disabled list. Juan Lagares sitting 9th in the order on deck, and then Conforto against Hand, whose save last night was the 3rd of his major league career. Grounded slowly, charging Spangenberg, and he throws out d'Arnaud, 1 away.
Nice play here by Spangenberg. He knew with the big swing from d'Arnaud he was going to have enough time to take his time, and he gets the job done.
So 1 out in the last of the 9th, and now Juan Lagares, who's had 1 at bat since coming out of the double switch and struck out in the 7th inning against Ryan Buchter. Padres bullpen tonight has gone 3 1/3 and allowed just 1 run.
Garris, good numbers against Brad Hand.
Flied out against Hand last night to end the game. And Hand keeps the ball away from him. 1-1. And the former Marlin throwing his slider more than ever, and it certainly paid off for him last night.
You know, I know it's from the right-hand side, but Darren Balsley, the pitching coach for the Padres, got Luke Gregerson before he moved on to Houston for that big contract to throw his slider more, and it kind of made his career. Maybe he can do the same thing for Hand.
Well, the more Hand succeeds, the more valuable a commodity he becomes toward the trading deadline. On the inside corner with the fastball, and it's 2-2 to Lagares. Two coming. And he fouls away the fastball. Conforto on deck. Again, the 2-2. And the slider pulled down the line. Foul.
There was one young person who really wanted to catch that bat, but then bailed late, and they carried off him to his friend.
Who didn't even have to drop his drink to catch the ball.
I mean, he wants to, and it gets right off his hand. Oh, no. He made the play. Sorry. That hand's got to hurt, but it's worth it.
In tight, and a full count to Lagares. Mets need a base runner any way they can get one to have a chance. Down by 2 in the 9th. And last night sandwiched a walk between 2 hits to get himself in trouble.
Up by 2, usually a reliever here will fastball away, sink it, but he's going to come back in with fastball.
3-2. Inside, ball 4, and the Mets will get the tying run to bat with Conforto coming up. Well, Conforto with 4 strikeouts tonight for only the second time in his major league career. After going 5 for 7 with 2 home runs in the first 2 games of the series. He's 0 for 3 in his career against Brad Hand. One out and 1 on. And the breaking ball in for a strike. And was able to dominate the lefties last night, especially Granderson using that slider. Jose Reyes waiting on deck. And the slider misses down, 1-1. And the sixth San Diego pitcher of the night, trying to save it for Dinelson Lamet, who had 5 strong innings in his big league debut. And Conforto pulls off the slider that time, and it's 1-2.
Breaking ball right at you. It's nasty. I mean, really sharp break with something on it.
One-two coming.
Pull, base hit. Lagares around second. He'll go to third. Conforto digging for second and then slams on the brakes and goes back. Smart move by Michael against the strong right arm of Hunter Renfroe. So Conforto, after 4 strikeouts, has a big ninth inning hit.
Boy, he stayed right in there on a breaking ball that Hand left up. And rockets this ball to right field. To have the wherewithal and confidence after 4 strikeouts to stay in there. Pretty impressive. And he did exactly what you're supposed to do. Make the big hard turn. If Renfroe doesn't come up with this ball perfectly, then you go to second. Once he did, slam on the brakes.
So now the Mets have the tying runs on base with 1 out. Jose Reyes the batter. Reyes has been hitting the ball hard all night. Has a single, a double, and a line out in his 4 at-bats, and he has good career numbers against Hand. And the breaking ball misses outside for ball 1. Lagares at third, he walked. Conforto at first, he singled. Mets now with 8 hits in the game. Conforto representing the tying run. And Reyes taps one foul. 1-1. Seen Jose get a little over anxious in these RBI situations this year.
Really just concentrate on keeping the line moving. Trying to get Jay Bruce to the plate.
And pitched his way out of trouble last night, trying to do it again. And Reyes bounces one slowly. Darno gets the force at second as a run comes home, but now the Mets are down to their final out. Give an RBI to Reyes on the 6-4 fielder's choice. And now Bruce will come to bat with the tying run Reyes at first base.
Again, another play, good play by Darno. That was not easy. Came up, and he gets the out, the sure out at second base.
There was a time when we would ask the question whether Reyes would try to steal second in this spot. I don't think that's going to happen.
It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen against the lefty. And Jay Bruce, when he's going good, doesn't matter lefty or righty.
1 for 4 tonight, and takes a slider out of the strike zone. Jay has 3 hits and 8 career at-bats against Brad Hand. So here the Mets are again, down a run, inexperienced closer on the mound, and they've got the big bat of Jay Bruce at the plate trying to make something happen. Down to their final out. And Bruce fouls back the fastball. Had a good rip at that, 1-1.
Well, it's interesting, you know. I know Keith always tells us you sit on the fastball and you react to the breaking ball. But boy, you have to be almost assured that Hand's going to throw his best pitch to breaking ball here. Can you sit on it? Throw over first.
Reyes not getting a very big lead.
You know, Jay Bruce is one of the few hitters in baseball that has a 2-home-run game against Clayton Kershaw, of all people. One swing can erase some of the ugliness of this series.
Last time he faced the lefty in the 7th inning, Buchter, he had a half swing and rolled out to short. It's been tough for him against lefties this year. And he fouls off the slider, got one hanging that time. But now the Mets are down to their final strike.
That was the pitch to hit. This is the same pitch that Conforto got, that he laced into right for a single base hit. That was the home run pitch. Now he's going to get one away in the dirt. Changed his mind. Try to spot a fastball.
1-2 to Bruce. Just off the corner. 2-2.
Both Hand thought it was a strike. Hedges thought it was a strike. But for the Mets, more importantly, Jordan Baker, the home plate umpire, did not.
25 pitches for Hand last night to get through the 9th inning. About to throw his 22nd pitch here. 2-2 to Bruce. And Jay pops one up. Into foul ground, Spangenberg has room. And that does it. The Padres take 2 out of 3 from the Mets. Brad Hand gets the save for the second straight day. Dinelson Lamet gets a victory in his Major League debut. And an extremely disappointing homestand for the Mets as they wind up going 3-3 against the Angels and the Padres as they fall tonight 4-3.
Well, whether...
Kike Hernandez starting at third and back. Squee against Michael Wacha, who for the Cardinals this year has had a bounce-back season. You know, last year, the shoulder issues you were talking about, it led to the worst numbers of his entire career. But then he won the 5th spot during spring training and is coming off his best start, 6 shutout innings against San Francisco.
Graphic showed an opponent batting average of 242. Not when there's runners in scoring position. 143. You don't want him there even with 2 outs because he's only given up 1 hit this year with runners in scoring position.
The guys on this staff, why you see such good ERAs. There's been some traffic against them, but they've buckled down when they've had to. It's a ball on Chris Taylor. Was 1 for 5 in this series and starting in center for the second night in a row. The second night in his career. Lines the ball into center for a base hit. And a nice start for the Dodgers tonight. Take a look at the Land Rover Performance Spotlight as Corey Seager comes to bat. The numbers so far, which have not been as outstanding as they finished last year. When you compare him to where he was at this point last year, even in the homers and the RBIs, but even better than the OPS. And, of course, we know how he played over the final 100 games or so a year ago.
He's easing into this season, but starting out faster, that's a real good sign. He did say coming into spring training and leaving spring training, he did not have his A swing last year.
Behind a fastball from Wacha, 0-1. Corey and the Dodgers have won 5 of 7. And they have the best record in the majors over the last month at 17-8. Another than 2.
Michael Wacha will throw you a lot of strikes. Over 50% of the batters that he faces, the bat is over in 3 pitches or less. That's because most of the pitches are fastballs or changeups, so they're going to be able to be read strikes or balls real quick, and he's just trying to upset the hitter's timing.
Ball 1. Hard to believe that Michael Wacha is still only 25 years old. This is his 5th major league season. 9 starts in the regular season in 2013. And that earned him a spot in the postseason rotation where he was phenomenal. And of course, against the Dodgers in the NLCS, won the MVP. Went 2-0 beat Kershaw twice. No runs over 13 2/3 innings. It's the trophy from that NLCS MVP sitting on the shelf at his parents' house in Texas. Seager down on strikes, 1 out.
See 87 right there. That's his changeup. So it's 95, 96 with the fastball and the changeup, and you see the action. Kind of reminds you of Zach Greinke's changeup, where it almost acts like a 2-seam fastball compared to the fastball, which is like a 4-seam fastball.
Grandal with a man at first and 1 out. Yeah, Greinke known for really throwing his hard and letting it just kind of do its thing as opposed to trying to slow the ball in your delivery.
That's the way Walker is throwing his. He's throwing as hard as he can, letting the grip do all the work. That over-the-top delivery, people talked about his fatigued shoulder that he had to rehab and get stronger. Well, it also raised his arm angle, so he's got a little bit of an Iron Mike delivery where you don't see his arm swing out the back towards second base, and both the fastball and the changeup look alike. A little bit of a jump in the delivery as he comes at you as a hitter, and that jump can make you react. Your timing as a hitter, a little bit right about there. He kind of lunges at you, and that can get you a little flinch, get your timing off, and then add the changeup. You've got a pretty good combination of pitches.
1-2 on Grandal. And the only guy, noteworthy pitcher that's dealt with the same thing Waka has and the shoulder issues you were mentioning, it's shoulder blade problems, and the only other guy that's dealt with that is Brandon McCarthy. And so this offseason, Waka picked McCarthy's brain about how to strengthen the muscles around it. Brandon told him, really, you just got to strengthen everything. So many tiny muscles in the shoulder. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So far, so good. He said he felt much stronger this spring. He feels much better the days after he pitches. The thing that those two have in common is that they're both tall, lanky pitchers. And, to get great extension, you're putting a lot of stress on that shoulder blade.
Well, the shoulder's not a ball and socket joint. It's really like, think about the humeral head or the top of the shoulder is more like a ball on a seal's nose. And your scapula is the seal's nose that keeps moving around to keep it in the right place, to keep that ball in the air like a seal does. And so if your scapula is loose or unstable, it's hard to keep that shoulder in the right place. And then that thing kind of wavers around in there, and because those muscles are firing so hard to keep the shoulder in the right place, it fatigues quickly when you're throwing a baseball.
And for Waka, it's fatigued as the years have gone on. Good starts each of the last 2 years as far as the first half of the season, but then wore down as those small stabilizing muscles betrayed him deeper into the season. Grandal takes inside, and he's worked it full.
Synchronized swimming.
Yeah.
Well, that's what those shoulder muscles have to do. They have to do it all in sync. And if it's not in sync, if it's not acting in the right order or at the exact right time, that's when that thing starts wavering around, and it's extra work, and you get tired.
That's a foul ball. Grandal can't believe it. He was busting out of the box. Wow.
It's so close.
First base umpire Jerry Davis with a call. Dave Roberts comes out. Chris Segal.
Fair and foul on the infield is not reviewable. I don't know about this, if it's considered infield, because the ball, when it went over the bag, the next place it hit is in foul territory, but it has to go over the bag in the air to be fair.
That's a tough angle to make that call from.
Yeah. It's so hard to tell. Jerry Davis is the crew chief down there. He knows that's not reviewable.
Grandal continues to battle against Waka. You know, in front of the bag, it's the home plate umpire's ruling.
Yep.
Once it gets past the bag, it becomes the line umpire's ruling. Runner at first with one out. And Grandal takes ball 4. So the Dodgers making some noise here in the first inning. 2 on with 1 out, and Adrian Gonzalez coming up.
Number 23, Adrian Gonzalez.
A little flip-flop in the batting order tonight. Adrian Gonzalez hitting in the 4-hole. Cody Bellinger in the 5-hole. Could be a matchup situation. Could also be a way to have Cody protecting Adrian, being viewed maybe now as the hotter bat. Get Adrian some better pitches. But pretty much no place to put Adrian right here.
First time he's hit cleanup since April. Bellinger took over that spot pretty quickly. And then Adrian went on the disabled list. And has hit 5th and 6th since coming back. Guy that's led the Dodgers in RBIs each of his full 4 years in Dodger blue. Waits on an 0-1. And strokes one to deep right center field. That Fowler moves back on to catch at the edge of the track. Taylor takes third on a ball that was absolutely drilled by Adrian.
Now time for the Volkswagen replay on this shot by Adrian Gonzalez. This is a very sweet swing. Gets all this with some backspin. Fowler kind of shading him that way. Pretty routine play. A chilly night here in LA, so that ball wasn't carrying. Left center, right center. That's the distance, and it would have been a home run or a double. Center way, straightaway center, no dice.
So here's one of those situations you were talking about where Waka's been so good. Bellinger takes ball 1. That is with runners in scoring position and 2 out.
1 for 17 off of him this year in these situations.
Taylor at third and Grandal at first. One and one.
Look at Cody Bellinger in the 5-hole. Chris Taylor leading off down there at third base. These are the insurance guys from the roster at spring training. And now they're the production guys, adding to the depth and talent of the Dodger roster.
That's a strike, 1 and 2.
Waka going to 97 right there. Got a little extra in the tank, pitching around 94 to 95, 96, and 97 in a jam.
Strikeout's a bit of a problem lately for Cody. Batting with runners at the corners and 2 out. A 1-2. Down swinging. Dodgers waste an opportunity here in the first and trail 3-0 after 1. Our best wishes to the Dodgers CFO Tucker Kane and his wife Allie, who just gave birth to a daughter, Palmer, their first child, born earlier this week. So welcome to the world, Palmer. Congratulations to Mom and Dad, Tucker and Allie.
I add my congratulations to that for sure. They're a lovely couple, and I'm sure they're having a great time. A little less sleep, but a great time.
A lot of less sleep, yeah. Cardinals got 3 against Kenta in the first inning. They brought 8 men to the plate. And the second issue to Yadier Molina getting caught at the plate to end the inning is that the Cardinals now have to begin the second with the pitcher up. Waka, Fowler, Pham here in the second. Maeda's first pitch is fouled off, strike one.
You know, you talked about Kenta in the beginning of the season. One of his problems was overthrowing. Remember, in the offseason, he gained a lot of muscle and a lot of strength. And when you change the caliber of your bullets and you put in all that work, sometimes that is one of the places you default because you do feel so good that you're trying to throw harder and you're trying to make it break more and you're trying to change speeds. And all of a sudden, you forget about pitching. And that's what I think Kenta meant when his quotes came out about just, I've got to get back to pitching. That's not me.
Waka gets under it. Puig in right. One out. By the way, we are being told that Hello Kitty is, in fact, not a cat.
Why do they call it Kitty?
I don't have the answers for you. I just know that I really swung and missed on that one.
Well, you're okay. I said that the kitty had paws, so I'm completely wrong, too.
Boyd Robertson showing me a link right now that the headline is Hello Kitty is not a cat, plus more reveals before her LA tour. So I'm glad to know that I'm not the only one that didn't know that right off the top. Cat-like ears on whatever it is.
You just want to keep digging with that shovel?
Dexter Fowler flies it to left, and Maeda gets 2 quick outs here as Bellinger puts it away. Three 0 Cardinals, and up comes Tommy Pham. Kind of backwards from last night, where Rich Hill had that 5-pitch first inning, and then through 36 pitches in the second, Maeda, an arduous first inning, trying to work a 1-2-3 second. Spins one outside on Pham, ball one. Pham, a guy who's had an injury-riddled career, really an injury-riddled climb to the majors. It's 1-1. And he had hoped that it was behind him. Gets it to the majors last year. Starts the year in the majors, which was something new for him. And in his very first swing of the year, he injures his oblique. Swings wildly here, falls behind 1-2. There were 2 guys that had that happen on opening day in the National League within the last couple of years. Denard Span had the same thing happen when he was in Washington 2 years ago. Maeda pitches 1-2, and Pham takes high 2-2. You know what? It's actually Ben Revere. Ben Revere in Washington had that happen. Swatted to left center field. Taylor has to play it on a bounce, and Pham has a 2-out single. So he's reached both times, and the inning continues against Kenta.
Balls up. Most of the balls up here have hurt Kenta. They really haven't gone and dug out any of the balls that he's kept down by the knees or below the knee. Ones that have hurt him have been about thigh high or waist high.
So here's Carpenter. The lone strikeout victim of Maeda's so far. Cardinals playing for a chance to move into first place. The Brewers, barring a ninth inning rally, trailed the Diamondbacks 4-0, top 9 in Milwaukee. The Cardinals entered the day a half game back. Tied with the Cubs, who already won, beat the Giants, and are on the flight out here to Los Angeles as we speak. An Anchorman-themed flight. So they've got the throwback suits on. Some of them have, I think I saw Anthony Rizzo had an afro wig. The Anchorman look. To strike, it's 1-1. They do different themes on all their trips under Joe Madden.
Got to be a costume store in Chicago that's doing really good business now.
Right.
Joe Madden probably owns a piece of it before he started that. I think I remember a picture of the Cubs in like a pajama trip.
Had that too? Yep.
Yeah.
Not sure if the Cubs go to San Diego on this trip, but I guess that would make sense to have, with Anchorman being set in San Diego. Would make sense. Fades away, and it's 2-1. Matt Carpenter. All-Star 3 times. Just recently last year. He was slowed by an oblique injury in the second half, and started him slowly in spring training this year as he was easing back from that. It's a strike, it's 2-2. So some have pointed to that as the reason that he's not swung it particularly well. Again, though, still getting on base with all the walks that he draws. Pham at first with 2 gone, and Maeda home with a 2-2 pitch after a toss over there.
Maeda would sure like to get Carpenter right here. 38 pitches already just for 2 innings, or an inning and 2/3 so far.
Runner took off, and it was fouled off.
Fan showed his wheels when Jerko hit the double down the line, scoring from first. They're not waiting to leave when the ball's hit. Taking off a 2-2 count. They don't mind having Carpenter lead off next inning if he gets thrown out. Carpenter very much has led off a lot in his career.
Another 2-2, and it's popped up to left center field. Bellinger or Taylor. Bellinger put it end of the second. 2-out single, but no damage out of the bottom half in a 3-0 game. Minute Baseball break brought to you by T-Mobile. We've talked at length about this Cardinals staff, the best in baseball as far as earned run average goes. These are sorted in order that the rotation goes. So the Dodgers in this series miss Martinez and miss Wainwright, but they'll see both those guys next week at Busch Stadium. Michael Wacha able to pitch around a pair of first inning base runners and now goes to work against Chase Utley with strike one.
Hard to believe that Adam Wainwright is the weak link in their rotation, but that's the way it is right now. I guess he's throwing the ball a lot better. Starting to come around. Lance Lynn there to his left had quite an outing last night.
2 nights ago now.
2 nights ago, thank you.
Leak. Yep, both those guys really impressive. And you mentioned Wainwright getting better lately to try and join the group. Only 1 run allowed in his last 2 starts. 1 and 2 on Utley. Best of the bunch, they say, is Carlos Martinez. Dodgers will get their first look at him this year, late in the series next week. Recently signed to a long-term deal. Utley hits a high fly ball to right that sends Piscotty back, track, wall. Utley's gone deep for the first time this year. It was only a matter of time before he got one out of here. The Dodgers on the board in the second.
The average at the Mendoza line, and that has been a climb from 089 to 200, and now to the launching pad. Home run right here, and he's running hard. He knows he got it with backspin, but still busting it.
Now Kike Hernandez looks at a fastball high. 251 in his glorious career. Fouled off 1-1. The Silver Fox nickname is kind of sticking, isn't it?
Sure is. Adrian Gonzalez was patting him on the back there. I don't know if they had a little side bet on who would get there first. Adrian's still stuck on 0. He crushed his earlier tonight, but that did not make it out center field. Chase used the shorter right field wall.
Wacha to Kike with a 1-1. Laid on it, 1 and 2.
Only the 4th earned run that the Cardinal rotation has given up over the last 40 innings.
Fouled off, still a ball and 2 strikes. You know, Wacha, who's top 5 in the National League in ERA, he had to win the 5th spot in the rotation during spring training, and he really won it by default because Alex Reyes, the top pitching prospect in baseball, had to have Tommy John surgery. Still 1 and 2. Gave him an opportunity to have this bounce back year, and he's taken full advantage of it. Former first-round pick. Debuted in the majors less than a year after the Cardinals drafted him. That was the same year that he won the NLCS MVP. Drafted out of Texas A&M, and he was the compensation pick for Albert Pujols when the Cardinals lost him to the Angels. And A&M was good buddies with Ross Stripling. Fools Hernandez with a curve, which he doesn't throw very frequently. Strike 3.
Number 66.
Just mixes it in, especially after the high fastball. Hard to really think that ball is going to drop down when he's been throwing 96, 97 at your letters.
1 out for Puig, who's trying to snap an 0 of 11. Ball 1. Curve on the ground is short. Diaz scoops it up. Puig's the second out.
Number 18, Kenta Maeda.
And up comes Kenta.
Got to feel a little better about his outing. Give up the 3 spot, but get a 0 in the second. And a little ball that got away from Yasmani with 2 out. Where it could have been 5-0 if he'd given up another hit. Now 3-1. Feel like he can get on the beam, get some more zeros, and let the club have a chance to get back in the game.
Cracks his bat and a bouncer to third. Jerko's got it. And the Dodgers done in the second. But Chase Utley's first home run of the season starts the inning and starts the scoring for the Dodgers. After 2, it's 3-1.
Kenta Maeda on the hill for his 3rd inning of work. We know the rotation for the Cubs series, the upcoming Cubs series, Alex Wood, Brandon McCarthy, and Clayton Kershaw. Still no idea, however, when Hyunjin Ryu is going to make his next start. What exactly is next for the left-hander? Dave Roberts saying earlier today that they really have continued conversations about what exactly to do with Ryu. And there is a conversation, guys, about putting him in that bullpen to come out of the pen in long relief. They still think that Ryu can help this team win. They say that he is considered to be a guy that can eat up some innings, but he hasn't thrown a lot of innings in the past couple of years, so they're also mindful of that. There was also a question as to whether or not they would send him to AAA to get some work in. So far, that hasn't been part of the conversation, but a very puzzling story as far as what's next for him.
All right, Alana, middle third of the Cardinals' order against Kenta Maeda here in the 3rd. This first one to Jed Jerko is up for ball 1. How do you think Ryu would profile in long relief?
You know what? If he can pitch well, he can pitch in any role because his stuff plays everywhere because he's got such good touch and feel and location on a lot of different pitches. It's just a matter of him being able to get the ball down and do what he does, change speeds.
Jerko has his 2nd hit of the night, his 5th over the last 2 games.
Definitely have to change your program when all of a sudden you go from starter to the bullpen. And you have to adjust when you get your work on the side because as a guy in the pen, as a starter, you're used to really having the ball in your hand about every 2nd or 3rd day from side works to games. And in the pen, that might not happen. They might say, well, don't throw a side work today. We need you long tomorrow. Hey, got through that one. Don't throw a side work today. We might need you long tomorrow. And you have to learn to be able to do some touch feel pens to stay sharp.
Molina, the hitter, longest hitting streak in the National League at 14 games after his first inning RBI single. Ball one. Signed a $60 million extension this spring through the 2020 season. So that'll take him through his age 37 year. Has a chance to spend his entire career one organization. That'd be 17 years, all with the Cardinals. He's ahead of Maeda 2-0. Not many guys do that.
Not many at all. The late great Tony Gwynn played for the Padres his whole career. Cal Ripken in Baltimore. Derek Jeter in New York. I think Mariano Rivera.
Yep. Yeah, the longer you go, the harder it is if you try to keep playing to stay in one spot. Molina stays hot, poking a base hit to right center. Back-to-back singles open the third against Maeda.
Nice piece of hitting right here. A little slider. He stays inside, doesn't do too much with. Kenta Maeda really with his back against the wall a little bit here. Down 3-1. Dodgers get him a run to get closer. Now he's got first and second, no out. I'm sure Dave Roberts is getting a little bit tired of watching a couple starters struggle early and having to kind of sit on pins and needles and make decisions about how's this all going to work out.
2 on, nobody out. Here's Stephen Piscotty. Cardinals trying to add on here in the third after their 6-1 win last night. Piscotty bunts to the first pitch, strike one. Mike Molina signed an extension earlier this year. His is through 2022. Only in his third year in the majors, but he actually approached St. Louis about a long-term deal this offseason. And John Mozeliak, their general manager, said makes a lot of sense with how mature he is. Something the Cardinals have made a habit of, locking up their their young players long-term. Stabbed at it, it's 0-2. Did the same thing with Colton Wong. Did it with Matt Carpenter. They did it with Carlos Martinez. With Piscotty, they love his leadership. Oldest of 3 boys growing up in the Piscotty family. They all played high-level college baseball, and said it was always important for him to be mature. Set an example from an early age for those younger brothers. 1-2.
To elevating a little bit more than he has. Last 3 starts when he was good, his ground ball percentage was close to 50%. Tonight the Cardinals are really getting the ball in the air off of him. I think it's because he's about 6 to 8 inches too high in the strike zone. Ball's down there around the knee like that one there off the plate. Going to get that pitch on the plate so the hitter's offer and get a few more balls hit on the ground. He could use a ground ball double play right here.
Three runs on 7 hits for St. Louis, including back-to-back singles to open this third inning. Jerko at second, Molina at first, and Stephen Piscotty takes ball 3.
Seven hits tonight from Kenta. 5 on his slider, 1 on his curveball, and 1 on his changeup.
A pop-up. Grandal can't find it. It'll be up to Gonzalez, who tracks it and squeezes it for the first out. You're talking about the pitches that he's allowed hits on.
Yes.
That's an issue, right? When it's not one thing that's getting banged around, it's pretty much every pitch you're throwing, you're seeing hard contact against.
That's what tells me it's more not about the pitch selection, it's more of the elevation, the ball's being up. And again, right there, that ball was up, and he got a pop-up out of it, but you don't want to live there. And we've listened to enough Dodger hitters and hitters around the league, and the theory in hitting now is the more you get the ball in the air, the better chance you have of hitting for power and hitting for average.
Diaz doubled his first time, and he's been hitting for average lately after a slow start to the season. His second in the majors. Two on with one out. 26-year-old out of Cuba takes ball one. Good backhanded stop on a Burns slider. It's 1-0.
That's a really good stop because it keeps the double play in order. That's just like a backhanded pick, like a first baseman getting a ball from one of the other infielders.
Smutty has a little corner infielder in him, although that was as a third baseman coming up. Played at some in Miami, too. Two and out. Diaz is playing for the Cuban national team when he snuck out of the hotel, defected in 2012 without telling his family. That would risk somebody finding out. Swings away, 2-1. 2 weeks without contact with his family afterwards. So he sneaks out of the hotel, doesn't tell anybody that he's doing it. His family was on pins and needles. His dad happened to be on business, works in science, and he was in South America at the time and finds out that his son is missing. Had an inkling what he was doing, but again, hadn't been told specifically that it would happen. Can you imagine?
I can't imagine
2 weeks without hearing from your child.
As you're telling the story, I'm sitting here shaking my head. But that's only one of many stories like that for these guys.
It's the only way to do it. It's the only way to not ensure, but give yourself a chance at success, is to be as secretive as possible.
When I read Yasiel's story,
incredible.
Absolutely incredible what he went through.
You know, we've got to dive into that one of these days and spend an entire game talking about Yasiel's journey here. Kenta really digging deep, trying to find the stuff to get through this third inning. Back-to-back singles started it. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Aledmys Diaz now.
And the guys that leave Cuba, they don't leave and then all of a sudden get to start playing baseball right away. Some of them sit out 6 months to 2 years before they get to play organized baseball again. Working their way.
Maeda gets Diaz for the second out of the inning, only his second K. MLB.com @bet, your #1 mobile app for live Dodger baseball. Stay connected with a fully customizable experience. Get Dodger home screen icons and app features as well as game day. Live video game highlights, or live game video highlights, radio broadcasts, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com @bet today. 2 on, 2 out for Colton Wong. His second time up, but the first time that he'll see a pitch from Kenta. He was walked intentionally his first time.
Kenta doing a good job digging himself out of this inning, and now don't lose your concentration and attack. Do have Walk on deck, but we sure would like to have him lead off the next inning.
To the back door for a strike.
With that little cutter, I think. We might have thought slider, but it was firm and out there on that outside edge. A little bit better job this inning keeping the ball down.
That second out especially.
1-1. Cutter's not been quite as prevalent in this outing as it's been, like we detailed off of the top lately.
But it hasn't been as effective and it hasn't been as prevalent. You really can't pick out the pitch that has helped him out in this game yet. Just really, when he gets an out, it's probably just a little better location.
Wong on the ground is short. Seager positioned well. And despite 7 hits and a walk through 3 innings, the Cardinals only with 3.
Senior athlete, then nominate them for a chance to be named a Spectrum Sports Championship Drive Scholar Athlete and receive a $2,500 college scholarship. Go to SpectrumChamp.com now for more information.
A lot of great smiles in the ballpark tonight. Hope they're having a great time. Looks like she is.
It's going to be a while before they go to college, but get the scholarship anyway. Well, they're not seniors yet.
Never too early to start thinking about it, though. Not too early to start thinking about putting something together against Michael Wacha. Dodgers getting their lone run on a Chase Utley solo shot. Now the second time through. And Chris Taylor, who singled his first time, takes strike 1 as Wacha starts him with a curveball.
Chris now hitting at a .333 clip. You cannot get him out of the lineup, and he won't let you get him out of the lineup.
We're talking a little bit about the potential roster crunch that could be coming up, but really it's just another day in managing this roster because it seems like there are always roster crunches with the depth this team has.
And Dave Roberts' patented quote from a lot of managers, not only Dave, is these things have a tendency to work themselves out. But the way they've worked out for the Dodgers has come out smelling like roses, finding 2 wonderful players in Cody Bellinger and Brett Eibner right there, who's shown a lot of power and consistency. There's Cody. The guy at the plate, Chris Taylor.
He's worked the count even. 2 balls and 2 strikes. For Seattle Mariner. Former Virginia Cavalier. Waits on a 2-2. And runs it full. So Chris chose Virginia, but grew up a Virginia Tech fan, diehard Hokie football fan. Family full of them. His dad went to Virginia Tech, and he's in the Virginia Tech Hall of Fame as a wrestler. Banged a second. Wong knocks it down. Internal clock spot on. calmly picks it up and throws Taylor out.
Well, it's got to be a hard hit. Check out StatCast. That's got to be over 100 miles an hour, I would think. Just happens to be at somebody. If it's not at anybody at all, even a step and a dive doesn't get that one. Chris Taylor still banging the ball around.
101. Your radar's right.
Plus or minus 2.
It's a ball on Seager.
You give up enough bullets in your career, you can really read them. Who needs StatCast?
It was hit hard. 1-1. Corey struck out his first time. 1 for his last 13 now.
I thought that was an interesting graphic we showed earlier about his starts from last year to this year. Because it's kind of like the Dodgers. It's such a high expectation for everybody and everything. So, you know, the narrative a lot of times when the Dodgers lose a game is, okay, what's wrong with them? Went out and played 9 holes of golf with my wife today and passed the guy as we were having breakfast, and he goes, hey, really enjoying the broadcast and the team, but what's wrong with the Dodgers? What's wrong with the Dodgers?
The 27 and 20 Dodgers?
Yeah.
Those ones?
I'm like, yeah, but that offense, they can't get going. I'm like, okay, most runs per game in the major leagues in May. 6, maybe not quite there now. He's like, yeah, but last night. And I'm like, I love your passion. I love the fact that you watch. And what about Rich Hill? And by the end of the conversation, I had contradicted every point as a gentleman, not gotten in an argument. And he's like, yeah, those guys are fantastic.
But you know what? It's that passion that you love.
On a daily basis, that's right.
What makes this so great.
You live and breathe it.
Seager strikes out, and now Grandal takes ball 1. Waka started 2 of the 3 hitters in this inning with the curveball, something that he throws very rarely. Fastball now, and it's 2-0. Yasmani walked his first time. The lone free pass issued by Waka. A 2-0. And a strike.
Little bit of a cutter right there from Walker. He doesn't normally throw that, but he backed into a fastball count. Know he has a great fastball hitter at the plate. Wanted to put a little movement on it. Back up to 94. The cutter was 91 and went left to right. That one he tried to tail away from Yasmani. So here he is in a fastball count again. I think Yasmani will get something hard. Just got to figure out which way it's going to get the barrel on it.
It's a change, actually, and it's full.
Sure was. And the timing on that changeup, it's not so severe that you're going to be so far out in front of it that you're going to top it. It's really more about reading the movement. And is he going to throw it for a strike, or is it going to move out of the strike zone?
Bounce to Wong. And the first 1-2-3 inning of the game for Michael Waka. Through at 3. 3-1 St. Louis. is brought to you by the Ram 1500 Rebel. Experience the power and toughness of Ram at your local dealer. And by Jack in the Box. Come try the new sweet or spicy barbecue bacon cheeseburger and chicken sandwich. Limited time only. On this date in 2008, Clayton Kershaw made his major league debut against the St. Louis Cardinals. 20 years old, babyface Clayton right there. Youngest player in the majors when he made the debut. The line, 6 innings, 2 runs allowed, and no decision. In a game the Dodgers came back and won 4-3 in 10 innings on an Andre Ethier walk-off single to score Juan Pierre. Dodgers got a home run in that game from Luis Mazza. Only home run he ever hit in his career. Only season he played in the majors. Played 45 games. Clayton took a no decision in the first game of what is now a 10-year career. You notice that he was wearing 54 in that picture during his debut. Wore it just 1 game. And then Mark Sweeney, who's a bench player for the Dodgers, agreed to give Kershaw 22.
Looks like a montage of ticket stubs. Clayton's likeness.
Waka takes a strike. Kershaw wearing 22. Travel ball growing up, or playing first base.
I don't know if they're tickets.
A bunch of different. First, I was thinking album covers maybe, but it's a bunch of different things. Waka grounds to Seager, who throws him out. And we go down to Alana.
Well, guys, I asked Clayton about that day 9 years ago when he made his debut, and the first thing he says to me is, I guess that means I'm old, right? And he laughed, and he said, you know what? It's a time that today I will actually take a look back and reflect on the last 9 years. He says, I remember it being a great day. Of course, all of his family and friends were there in attendance. He says, I can't believe how fast it's gone. 9 years. He's like, well, I guess I'm old.
Wonder if there's any of those 54 jerseys floating around. Have anybody purchased Kershaw number 54 uniforms? Top of the order for the Cardinals, Dexter Fowler. Strike 1. I wonder if there were any printed, because it was just his very first game.
I would not think there were any printed at all.
Nothing in 2.
Clayton said that it's gone so fast. And I really do. I believe that, days are long, but years are fast. It's absolutely amazing how time flies.
Fowler hits one that ricochets off the mound, and Corey Seager with a couple of assists to open this inning.
Well, turnabout's fair play. Dodgers squared up some ball last inning, but righted fielders. Fowler hit that one good, but Seager was positioned perfectly.
I feel like we say that a lot.
It's getting more and more accurate, the defense. The hitters are going to have to make an adjustment if they hit the ball on the ground.
A lot of them have, and that is stop hitting the ball on the ground.
Exactly.
2 gone for Tommy Pham in a 3-1 game in the 4th. Ball 1.
One of the best at that, and the largest conversion is Justin Turner, who's now on the DL, but I think he's leading all of baseball still in batting average. Is it almost 400, 372-ish?
Ball and a strike.
And that can't be overlooked that the Dodgers have struggled to score runs with him absent. 3-hole hitter that's a huge clutch hitter and really never struggles with hitting the really good pitchers or the guys in the 8th inning or the 9th inning that come in. Justin Turner's consistent with his production against everybody.
Dodgers in this series, Oral, are 9 for 81.
That's pretty much 1 for 9. Some good pitching and some frustrated hitters.
Andre Ethier continuing to do his best to work his way back from that lower back tightness, stiffness, soreness that he was feeling during spring training, and has just continued to nag at him. Bam down on a fastball that was up. Maeda put him by him at 93 and worked to 1, 2, 3, 4. Like cold hard fact of the night. These teams started meeting in 1892. They've met more than 2,000 times, and somehow they're separated by only 3 games. Dodgers 1,023 wins. Cardinals 1,020 wins. Current leaders of these clubs: Mike Matheny, Dave Roberts, and Adrian Gonzalez, taking ball 1 from Michael Wacha. St. Louis, known as the Browns when they first met. Dodgers were the Brooklyn Bridegrooms that year.
A role in the bullpen. And in some ways, if he wasn't going to pitch out of the bullpen and he felt real good about how he's throwing the ball and said, I don't have anything wrong with me, I can't go on the DL, that's the place to go, is to the pen.
Gonzalez the first out of the 4th.
Number 35, Cody Bellinger.
And here's Bellinger.
The reason he can be up so soon in the bullpen is because it takes him a little longer to warm up. I mean, we are a ways away from Kenta's spot in the order. They might say, it might be next inning when his place in the order comes up. So take as much time as you want. Get up whenever you want.
Already printing those Bellinger jerseys. Curve, and it's 2-0. You think the routine's hard for Ryu to figure out down there? How about his interpreter, Brian? Where do I stand when you're warming up in the bullpen? Strike 1. One to drive here. He does, down the line, a base hit. Piscotty cuts it off with a backhand. Bellinger an aggressive turn and hold. A one-out single. Brings up Chase Utley, and we take a look back to his home run on our Cardinals cam. His first home run of the season. Top 10 and all-time homers from second baseman. This was number 251 in his career.
Number one on that list is Jeff Kent, all-time home run hitters at second base, 377. Pretty good name behind Jeff Kent. Rogers Hornsby, 301. Just to be in the top 10, Chase Utley, congratulations.
He's now one shy of Brett Boone for the 8th spot among second basemen. Got his hands in, yanked it foul. The Silver Fox. That name doesn't get put on a guy who's new.
You know they respect him when he's the Silver Fox and not the Silver Goat.
Behind 0-2, signed a one-year contract. He has said before that he didn't think that it was very likely he'd be in a Dodger uniform again. Thought that he had read the writing on the wall when Logan Forsythe was acquired. Great surprise for him and for everybody on the roster when a few weeks later they figured out a contract to bring him back. This is where he wanted to be.
After he signed, Andrew Friedman was quoted as saying he would have been signed long ago if he'd have been right-handed. They were looking for a little bit more in the utility role from a right-hander. Did get to the point where Chase's number contractually and what the Dodgers needed, and especially needed his personality and work ethic, it all worked out.
38-year-old in his 15th big league season. Exit foul. It's a one-year deal last year as well. Last year, 1 year, $7 million. This year, 1 year, $2 million. Six-time All-Star from Southern California originally, although now makes his offseason home in the Bay Area. So there were a lot of people that thought San Francisco could be a landing spot. That would have been hard to watch.
They had Jimmy Rollins in their camp in spring training. His double playmate.
Tailed over the inside corner for strike 3. Walker's 5th, 2 out.
Number 14.
Chase was very sure of the home run pitch that he hit out. He's not real sure about this one. Boy, it just barely caught the edge. Looked like it got a lot of plate from that angle.
So now Hernandez. Took strike 3, caught on a curve his first time. Pica has the kind of pop that could tie the game in a hurry. 16 of his 21 hits this year have gone for extra bases. Caught in a miss, strike 1. His very first career home run in his second game. That's when he was playing for the Astros. Then the Marlins, then the Dodgers. Curve, 0-2.
One of the best curves he's thrown tonight. That one had bite. He's used it to get a strike here and there, but that ball looked like the fastball at your belly button and ended up at a curveball at your shoes.
Bellinger at first with 2 gone and a 2-run game in the 4th. And Walker to the plate with an 0-2. Ball 1.
Bottom of this order has some thunder in it for the Dodgers. When you got Yasiel Puig with 8 home runs, 24 RBIs on deck, Kike Hernandez can light it up.
Curve is pulled down the line, but foul. That curve wasn't as good, and Kike nearly cashed in.
This one was up in his eyes, not at his shoe tops. Just a little bit early. Same kind of curveball that Jerko hit off of Kenta Maeda earlier for a couple RBIs.
Ryu continues to warm for what would be his first career big league relief appearance. A crack bat liner foul. And Kike will have to go get a new piece of lumber. Well, at the very least, they've run that pitch count up with a few base runners, these 3 hits, a walk, and some deep counts. Next pitch should be the 75th, and Wacha's still not out of the 4th.
Walker's had 7 starts, 6 of them quality starts, and in every start, he's gone at least 6 innings.
Still on track to be able to do that. Just trying to knock him off that track. Here's another 1-2. Again, pulled foul.
The Cardinals have definitely figured out if we can throw the ball in the inner half of the plate or inside off the plate, that Kike is probably going to pull it foul. Got Jerko down on the line like if Kike jerks it. Got defending that line down the left field line.
Molina sets the target away this time. And he pokes a base hit to the opposite field. After they pound him in, they go away, and he swats a base hit to right.
Well, they turn the field for Kike. All of a sudden, anything in, he's pulling foul. Give him something away. You let him hit it into fair territory. This one to right field for this base hit. A lot of times when you go to the area where the hitter likes the ball and can put it in fair territory, you try and make sure it's a ball. That one was a little bit up. Kike got enough swing on it to get the base hit.
So the tying run on base and the go-ahead run at the plate in the form of Puig. This wouldn't be a bad time to snap an 0 for 12. Logan Forsythe ready to hit in the pitcher's spot. Means Hyun-Jin Ryu ready to come into the game. Fastball he had a chance at, missed it, strike 1.
Big swing. Maybe too big.
Kenta was getting his shin guard, which could mean that it's a bluff that Forsythe is out there.
Could be a couple different scenarios going on. Home run from Puig. Kenta still pitching. He gets the hit. Maybe a double that scores 2. Tie game. Maybe he gets the hit for himself. But if they're still down, Forsythe hits. Puig reaches with a walk or just a base hit. Down by 1. They're probably going to hit Forsythe to try and still catch the Cardinals.
Wacha back into one of those spots that he's thrived in with his back against the wall. 1-1.
Yasiel in these big moments just needs to breathe and have some rhythm. Sometimes he can get away from his basics, try to do too much. Turner Ward has talked endlessly with him about Hitting in normal situations and then hitting under pressure.
The 1-1 pitch is a strike, 1-2, and a huge call on a borderline pitch.
We got to take a look at this one.
Not that close. Swings the entire at-bat.
Sure does. That is a big pitch, not only for Yasiel and Waka, but for the whole game.
Base hit to right field. Yasiel Puig with a 2-out RBI single. Hernandez safe at third. And it's a 3-2 game in the fourth.
He missed his spot, and Yasiel did a great job protecting right here. Only the second hit this year with runners in scoring position and 2 outs that Waka has given up. Yasiel, it was a ball, but he was protecting. He definitely shortened up to make sure he gave him a chance. Maeda will now still hit for himself.
You surprised at that?
Maybe a little bit.
You got a guy in the bullpen ready to come in who you know can give you significant length. You don't know how good he's going to fare out of the pen, but length won't be an issue.
Well, it might just tell you that it was a complete deke.
Uh-huh.
And that Ryu was just having a side work.
Strike one on Kenta with a tying run at third here in the fourth inning. Still early. But interesting that Forsythe is pulled back. Puig runs on strike two. Only 69 pitches on the mound, so there is a chance that he still gets you another few innings in this game. Flips it foul.
In some ways, we're part of the culture shift where we're even looking at pinch hitters for a starting pitcher down by 1 run in the fourth inning. I mean, that's just unheard of years ago. This is still way early in the game.
I think that probably part of what is skewing our discussion is the fact that Forsythe was in the on-deck circle, and it gets your brain churning a little bit thinking about that decision.
And that's Ryu in the pen, a
Right.
starter that wasn't usually get up and down and would be in his first relief appearance. But I think it's a lot of different things that Dave Roberts is weighing.
Softly hit up along third, but foul. That has stayed fair. That would have been a tough play for Jerko.
The other thing I think Dave Roberts is weighing, he only has a 4-man bench. He's got Logan Forsythe, Austin Barnes, Franklin Gutierrez, and Brett Eibner, all right-handed hitters. And he's got a long way to go, only down by 1. So he's not only losing Maeda, but he's losing one of his key pinch hitters in Forsythe.
Ryu no longer warming. Tying run at third. Here's an 0-2. Ball 1. Benta can swing it a little bit. Good athlete. Homered in his first major league game last year. As Kike at third and Puig at second, and a 3-2 game in the fourth. The 1-2. A curveball inside the bag. Kenta delivers. On his way to second. He's out, but the Dodgers have taken the lead 4-3. That's why you hit it.
Home run in his first big league at bat. In his last big league at bat, a 2-out double for 2 RBIs, and to put him and the Dodgers up
4-3. At LA is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Toyota time is going on now. Get incredible deals on a fuel-efficient RAV4 hybrid. This is back in San Diego in Kenta's debut when he hit the home run and got the silent treatment when he entered back into the dugout. That one was fun, but this one was bigger. A go-ahead two-run double, and the Dodgers have taken a 3-0 deficit, turned it around to lead 4-3 here in the fifth.
His next bobblehead will be him swinging a bat, I think, the way it's going right here tonight.
I said double, it's a single with him getting thrown out trying to go to second.
I said a double, too, when
So
we went to
your
break.
fault.
It is. I led you down the road.
You did. So, wow, now Kenta's in position if he can go another inning here to be the winning pitcher in this game. Still a long way to go, but that is a long way from where this thing felt about an hour ago.
He didn't look like he was going to go very far in this game with the 3 spot in the first from the Cardinals. Then he didn't look like he's going to go very far with Logan Forsythe in the on-deck circle. Then the Dodgers get a run, and he still gets the hit. Now he's still in the game with a chance for a W.
And he makes his manager look like a genius.
He is a genius. Don't ask him. He won't tell you.
You're right about that.
He's a very humble man. The second and third hits with runners in scoring position and 2 out off of Michael Wacha this year. Teams were 1 for 17 in that situation coming into the day.
One of them belongs to Kenta Maeda. 3, 4, and 5 for the Cardinals. Matt Carpenter leads off this inning by taking a strike. 0 for 2 tonight with the old TCU Horn Frog. That one clips him, and the leadoff man on for St. Louis.
Dave Roberts has been in a few tough situations here. This hit batter.
Third baseman Jed Jerko.
Now you got to watch your starting pitcher who just got you a hit, a couple runs, and he's got a lot of close decisions to make so far this game.
Do you think in getting Ryu up when they did, having him warm like that, he's burnt?
I think Ryu was there to, as a left-handed pitcher, to face Carpenter to lead off the inning if they decide to go this way. Now with a lot of righties, go with Josh Field, sitting right there watching.
So with Fields now warming, here's Jed Jerko looking at a curveball for ball 1.
Dodger bullpen, number 1 in the National League in ERA with a 3.01. Definitely a
huge strength of the team.
Thought that he tailed it in, but Chris Segal, home plate umpire, says no, and it's 2-0.
Saw a pitch called wider than that. Yasiel Puig was at the plate. 1-1 pitch from Waka that called a strike that was a ball.
Jerko 2 hits tonight, double and a single. Climbs the ladder for this one, and it's 2-1. Rockies lost tonight against Philadelphia, but the Diamondbacks won again. They're 9th out of their last 10. So the Diamondbacks now within a game of first. Dodgers entering the game tonight, 3 games behind the Rockies, 2 games behind the Diamondbacks.
You know who's pitching like himself now in the Diamondbacks? Zach Greinke.
Yeah. Go fouls it off Grandal, and the count evens up.
Now got the 5th lowest ERA in National League at 2.82. Up there in innings, up there in strikeouts. Like the Zach of old.
I think we both agree the Rockies are for real and have for a while. Everybody, though, it seems like has been saying, just give it another week. Just give it another week. On the Diamondbacks, well, here we are in almost June, and they're within a game of first place, continuing to hang around. You convinced about them yet?
I am not convinced about them yet, but I'm a little bit more convinced now that Zach is starting to put a year together, because that gives him a bona fide stopper. I think, the question mark in Colorado is, will the young pitching hold up? I think the way their bullpen has performed now with Holland at the back end, you've got to believe the bullpen is going to hold up as long as there's not a major injury. The offense, everybody always believed it. It's the young starting pitchers that, how will they do when all of a sudden they get Coors Field and their confidence gets shattered a little bit? Will they be able to get back in the strike zone? Will they make adjustments? It'll be very interesting.
Ida strikes out Jerko. Get it all access past every moment of this season with the boys in blue on and off the field with Backstage Dodgers, presented by Hankook Tires. You can catch a new episode next Thursday after the post game right here on Sportsnet LA. That will also be against these Cardinals 7 times in a 10-game stretch, and then they're done facing each other. At least during the regular season. Yadier Molina hits one on the ground that Maeda's got. There's one. Take your time, Corey. There's 2. Halfway home. Maeda's night has taken a turn for the better. He leads 4-3.
For things to look forward to at Dodger Stadium on the upcoming schedule as far as promotions are concerned. Friday, June 9th versus the Cincinnati Reds. It's LGBT night. Event ticket includes exclusive Dodger t-shirt ticket pack, only available at Dodgers.com/LGBT. And how about Game of Thrones fans? You get your own night, June 22nd versus the New York Mets. Check it out at Dodgers.com/promotions. Guys, I'll get you guys a couple t-shirts.
All right. Thanks, Solana. Top of the order for the Dodgers, up 4-3 on Michael Wacha here in the bottom of the fifth. Chris Taylor takes strike one. Wacha giving up a run on the Utley home run in the second, and then 3 in the fourth. All coming with 2 outs. Puig and Maeda driving home runs. 0-2. Talked about Wacha being college teammates with Ross Stripling. They actually faced off last year here at Dodger Stadium and had a deal before the game that the loser would pay for the post-game dinner. Had the dinner plans in place, but who was picking up the check was determined by the outcome of the game. And Stripling beat Wacha for his first career win. And even better than that, got his first career hit off his good buddy.
I wonder if he rubbed it in and asked him to sign the ball.
Taylor has his second knock of the night.
Touchdown, Corey
Michael
Seager.
Wacha in all 7 of his starts prior to tonight went at least 6 innings, and 6 out of 7 were quality starts. This one's not going to be a quality start probably, but he still has a chance to go 6. Dodgers trying to add on.
Wacha has 5 punch-outs tonight. 2 of them have been against Seager. Wacha and Stripling even lived together for a while once they were finished at Texas A&M. After their first pro seasons, spent the offseason together in Houston. That's a ball on Seager. Two and up. Two and one. In Kannapolis, where Corey Seager grew up, you weren't allowed to play baseball until you were 4. But they snuck him on his older brother's team when he was 3. Justin was playing in the 4-year-old group, and they got Corey on the team. Said he would wear his cleats everywhere. When he started kindergarten, they made him take them off. He cried for days. 3 and 1. Wanted to wear his cleats into kindergarten. Cut up all the rug squares in the kindergarten. Yes. Full count.
You could take them with you. You could put them in your backpack, put them in your cubby.
Just show your buddies.
And during nap time, if you have juice and cookie time, and then nap time, you could take one out and use it as a teddy bear.
You explain that to 4-year-old Corey.
You're talking to a guy who used to sleep with his glove. Then I got old enough in the off season, it lived between my bed, my box spring and my mattress.
Keep it broken in.
Keep it in shape, you know.
Taylor at first with the leadoff single. And another 3-2 to Seager. Another foul ball. 3 pro ball players growing up in that house in North Carolina. Kyle, an all-star third baseman with the Mariners. Justin in their minor league system. 100th pitch from Waka is another 3-2. Seager takes it just low to earn the walk.
Ball low. Cutter Molina's glove angled down.
After the 100th pitch, Matheny coming out. And he's going to go to the bullpen. Brett Cecil ready to come in with the Dodgers in front 4-3. 2 on and nobody out here in the 5th. Game presented by Security Benefit. June 10th, Dodgers and Reds. Be here early to see your favorite former Dodger players play ball again. Tickets and info, visit Dodgers.com/oldtimers. Can we count on seeing you in that?
You definitely see me in uniform. I'll try and beg out a pitching. The ball's coming back pretty quick now when they hit it.
Brett Cecil has been a disaster for St. Louis. They signed him to a 5-year, $30 million deal. And you see the numbers, not good.
Like Matheny trying to get him in a situation where he can succeed. Yasmani Grandal only hitting 152 off of lefties this year. 337 off of righties.
2 on and nobody out. Those runners are going to be on Waka's line with it across. And all swings and misses at the first one from Cecil. 0-1. Cecil in his 9th big league year spent the first 8 in Toronto and then signed that contract this offseason. Dunkirk, Maryland, 30 years old now. Curls one in and is added Grandalo in 2.
We'll throw that change up about 40% of the time to right-handed hitters. One of his main out pitches.
That one crosses up Molina, and the runners advance to second and third.
Molina thinks this ball is going to go down. He goes down like to block it when it starts on the trajectory, and see how he's in between with the leather, thinking he's going down to block something between his legs. Doesn't guard the wicket because all of a sudden he thought, I got to catch that one in the air.
That didn't look like a Real happy conversation. You can see it in Molina's eyes. Good chance here for the Dodgers to add on in the 5th inning. They trailed this game 3-0. They got 1 in the 2nd, 3 in the 4th. 2nd and 3rd and nobody out. Cecil still not sure. Calls for Molina once more.
Interesting, they called that a wild pitch when the ball was in the air all the way to the plate in the body of the catcher. I know it's a cross-up, and who do you give that to? I think Yadier Molina, with all of his gold gloves, would think he should have had that. I don't know where that one lies. It's kind of like the team error when everybody's standing each other and a pop-up drops between 3 guys.
Yeah. Molina has 8 of those gold gloves. Shows off why there, making a stop with the runner at 3rd, 2-2. Only 2 catchers have ever won more gold gloves. Pudge Rodriguez won 13, Johnny Bench won 10. Molina's sitting at 8, and he just signed a 3-year extension. The chance he moves into 2nd in that category. 2nd and 3rd, nobody out, and a 2-2 to Grandal is in the dirt and off of Molina. Here comes Taylor, and the Dodgers lead 5-3.
Well, Cecil's nightmare continues, and good things for the Dodgers continue to happen now. There's just a man that has signed a new contract and a new organization that is overthrowing and overtrying. Can't pick up the signs correctly and is overthrowing his pitches.
Threw that one about 55 feet. After getting ahead of Grandal 0-2, it's now 3-2. And Yasmani hits it off his hand. It ricochets to Wong, who throws him out. There's that throwing hand up there, and I believe did get a piece to slow it down some.
Definitely did get a piece of it. Dodgers not going on contact, and even if you are, sometimes you read the ball back up the middle, make sure it gets by the pitcher. But now with 1 out, it might be going on contact with the infield in.
Here's Gonzalez, 0 for 2, crushed the ball his first time to the track and center. That is fair down the line. Adrian Gonzalez brings home Corey Seager. The ball gets by Pham, allowing him to take 2nd.
Let's take it slow-mo with Kona as Adrian Gonzalez picks on the very first pitch, cues it off the end of the bat. Early in the count, looking for something up to elevate over the drawn-in infield, and gets exactly that. Thank you, Kona. Thank you, Adrian Gonzalez.
Both those runs charged to Waka. 6 runs against Michael Waka. Still only 1 out. It's Cody Bellinger to the plate. Taking one that misses above his eyes. Cecil's 1-0. Bellinger cracks a pop-up. Aledmys Diaz.
Second baseman, Chase Utley.
Cecil gets the 2nd out. Here comes Chase Utley.